Robbie.
Good morning. Good morning, all. I'd like to invite you slowly to take your seats. We're going to kick off shortly. It's almost showtime today. So it's really great to see you all fresh, even though we had a very intensive working day yesterday. And I think we're going to have a very inspiring discussions today on how we can have better housing systems simply by learning from our peers across Europe. But I think we've all already had an amazing welcome in the city of Trieste. We've all been, everyone I've spoken to has been so impressed. For a lot of us, it's actually the very first time we are here in Trieste, and it has been magnificent. So I would like to invite, to kick off, to provide the welcome to all of you, the official welcome, the Regional Councillor for Infrastructure and Environment of the Autonomous Region of Friuli Venezia Giulia, to the stage to welcome all of you, please. Please, Cristina Amirante.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of the autonomous region of Friuli Venezia Giulia, it's my great pleasure to extend to all of you the warmest welcome to the city of Trieste, an historic crossroads of culture, economies, and international relations. It's particularly meaningful that a conference dedicated to the future of the European housing policies is taking place here, in a border region that has always understood the value of dialogue, cooperation, and the ability to build bridges between different systems and communities. The title of the conference represents far more than a geographical direction. It reflects a political and social vision of Europe grounded in the sharing of experiences and common responsibility. Today, housing is not a matter of construction. For me, it's a matter of urban planning. Speaking about housing means speaking about dignity, security, inclusion, energy, access to services, social balance, and opportunities for future generations. Now we must build communities, regenerate neighborhoods, recover and reuse existing building stock, tackle urban decay, and address housing affordability as a strategic European priority. And now we must lower building costs. Friuli Venezia Giulia region is following with great interest the international experiences. Now, for this reason, and the next week, we will approve a new law for urban regeneration and social housing. As a regional administration, we believe that urban regeneration must become the meeting point between environmental sustainability, non ce la farò mai a dirlo, sustainability, social innovation, and urban change, recovering disuse in buildings, enhancing the value of existing public assets, improving the energy performance of buildings, and restoring services and function within neighborhoods means not only improving people's quality of life, but also making territories more attractive, resilient, and competitive. Friuli Venezia Giulia also, by virtue of its strategic position at the heart of Central and Eastern Europe, intends to play an active role in this European path of cooperation of housing policies. A border region can become a laboratory for new forms of collaboration between public authorities, private stakeholders, and the social sector. I would therefore like to thank Housing Europe, Federcasa, Ater Trieste, and all the international speakers who have chosen Trieste as a place for discussion about this most important target of the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Cristina Amirante. And I think we're going to keep our focus firmly on Italy and on the hosts. So you just mentioned, Christine, the hosts of today's event. So this is actually how we're going to kick off is to welcome Marco Corradi onto the stage. Obviously the president of Federcasa. Alongside Marco Buttieri, the president of Federcasa, Rosanna Zaccaria, president of Lega Coop Abitanti, that's the National Federation of Italian Housing Cooperatives, and our local host, president of Ater Trieste, Daniele Rosotti. Please take a seat. So I think all across Europe, we've had a lot of exchanges yesterday already to hear about the challenges and the opportunities. But as I said, now we'll focus really on Italy to hear from you, from your perspective, from the national perspective, and of course from the local perspective. So would you like to kick off?
Okay. Good morning. Dobbiamo parlare in inglese, quindi bisogna che parliamo in inglese. We have to speak English, not Italian language. Okay, good morning. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for the hospitality, Assessore Regione Friuli Venezia Giulia. At our annual conference dedicated to development of housing policy, as we are facing a structural housing crisis. It is a crisis driven by the combination of profound demographic, social, economic and environmental changes affecting all European countries with different levels of intensity. What Europe is facing today is not simply a housing crisis. It is a genuine social crisis, a crisis that undermines the cohesion of our communities, weaken the competitiveness of our continent, and reduce people's mobility for study and work. This is a challenge shared by all European countries. Of course, the responses that each nation in developing are different, just as our housing system differ, shaped over time by our respective histories, tradition, and national specificities. As we continue building our union, we need to redefine our idea of home, our European home, a shared space where every country can be preserve its own history and identify while embracing common value, shared objectives, and collective responsibilities. A vision of housing that enable European citizens to see the place where they live as an opportunity to build their personal, family, and professional life project, whether temporary or permanent. An idea of home in Europe, because today we are all citizens of Europe. Yesterday we devoted our work to redefining our vision, our objectives, and our tools with a strong spirit of innovation. Today we will focus our discussion on broader strategic goals, on the European Housing Plan, and on the instruments needed to achieve them. How to increase and diversify the housing supply, how to recover and reuse the existing building stock, how to turn the climate crisis and the energy transition into opportunities for development and social inclusion, and, of course, how to create an adequate financial framework to support these policies. From east to west, Building a Brighter Housing Future is the title of our conference. It reflects the need to build a truly European vision of housing. It acknowledges the diversity among our countries while reaffirming the importance of creating the condition for this common vision to become a reality, respecting the different territorial context and specificities that characterize Europe from east to west and from south to north. Because only by sharing our extraordinary wealth of experience, expertise, and idea will we be able to grow together and provide more effective answers to the needs of our communities. Today we have the opportunity to engage with key stakeholder institutions, European, national, local levels, convinced that only through strong cooperation among all levels of government and all the actors involved in our sector can we successfully address a challenge of this magnitude. Finally, but certainly not less importantly, we will reflect on how our sector, our expertise, and our experience can contribute to supporting the people of Ukraine in rebuilding what the war it is still destroying today. Rebuilding home will also mean rebuilding communities, hope, and the future. Thank you all for your participation, for the contribution you will bring to our discussion, and for the valuable cooperation that once again demonstrated the strength and value of European network.
Thank you very much, Marco. I think you Marco. So I think now we're going to hear a little bit from the national perspective, indeed, from Italy. So Marco has given us again this, the potential that we have to reinforce the systems by exchanging with each other. And I think Italy, I think Marco Buttieri has a challenging job because they have such diverse scenarios just within Italy, within the different regions of Italy. So you're looking at that from the national perspective. And you're going to give us a little bit about a bit of an insight into the challenges and also the opportunities, because actually there are many opportunities at the moment for you.
Thank you.
And I think you prefer to speak in Italian, and Margherita, my colleague, will provide a quick summary in English.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Marco.
Thank you. Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning. Questo lo sappiamo, almeno questo, le basi. Aspettiamo Margherita che ci salva. Grazie Margherita. Buongiorno a tutti. Grazie, ringrazio chiaramente Housing Europe, l'Ater di Trieste e tutti voi per essere qui e per discutere sul tema casa, che oggi è un tema molto attuale grazie anche agli interventi di europei e nazionali.
Thank you everyone and welcome. I would like to thank Housing Europe, Ater Trieste and all of you. To discuss about housing, that is a very relevant topic.
L'Italia ha da poco approvato il Piano Casa Italia.
Italy has recently approved Piano Casa Italia, the National Housing Plan.
Sono circa 10 miliardi di investimento sui prossimi 10 anni, suddivisi in diverse assi.
It's around 10 billion of investment divided in different years.
In particolare per l'housing pubblico, quindi per il nostro settore, ci sono circa 1 miliardo, 970 milioni per la precisione, per la ristrutturazione degli alloggi vuoti, quelli di turnover.
For our sector, public housing is around 1 billion euro, and it's specifically targeting vacant housing, the renovation of vacant housing.
La restante parte dei fondi sono dedicati al ceto medio, quindi all'affordable housing, divisi soprattutto su interventi per le fasce medio-basse.
Yes, the remaining funds are mainly targeting affordable housing for middle-income families and households.
In che modo si vuole andare a calmierare i canoni di affitto, soprattutto nelle grandi città dove c'è la maggiore tensione abitativa, e andare a costruire nuove abitazioni e venderle a prezzi più bassi.
We want to cap rents, mainly in cities where there is high pressure on housing, and we want to build homes to sell them at an affordable price.
Ecco, questo credo che sia un buon punto di partenza, ma i singoli stati da soli non ce la possono fare.
This is a good starting point, but alone our countries cannot do it alone.
Ecco, e qui viene il ruolo di Housing Europe e il nostro ruolo come associazioni, cioè quello di andare a parlare con le istituzioni europee, cosa che abbiamo già fatto e che si fa giornalmente, perché il piano Casa Europa prenda vita.
So this is where the value of, we see the real value of Housing Europe is especially when we engage with European institutions.
Il commissario Jorgensen ha detto in più momenti che il fabbisogno europeo sarebbe di 150 miliardi. Capisco che siano tanti soldi, ma bisogna che noi ci attiviamo perché sui vari assi del bilancio europeo siano individuati dei fondi specifici per la casa.
Jorgensen said that what we will need are around 150 billions, and we need to make sure that these funds are used in housing.
Quindi quello che noi ci proponiamo e su cui dobbiamo lavorare, e su questo Housing Europe ha gli strumenti e le capacità per farlo, è quello di metterci al tavolo con le istituzioni e individuare quelli che sono gli assi necessari per poter intervenire, perché oggi è emergenza, ma lo sarà ancora di più se non interveniamo.
What we need to do at Housing Europe is to sit with the institutions and identify the leverages on which we need to work to act on this.
Quindi penso che sia importante continuare a discuterne, e questi sono i momenti con cui dobbiamo mettere a terra i frutti, e quindi scrivere un documento, o comunque approcciare un documento da dare alla Commissione europea perché nel prossimo bilancio che è imminente, nel prossimo settennato, ci siano queste misure. Grazie.
So we need to work together to develop a document that will ensure that this is taken into account in the next budget.
Grazie Margherita.
Thank you. And now we're going to hear from Rosanna from the perspective of the cooperatives.
Okay, so thanks. Good morning, everybody. And once again, welcome to Italy and welcome to Trieste. Yesterday, we had quite a tough day in Housing Europe, and we have thought about some key points in terms of strategy for the future. And I think that also in relation to what Marco Buttieri said before me, I think that the key word is interconnection, and I see a very, very strong work we have to do together, as Marco Buttieri said, national level and European level, and I will try to do 3 examples on the next steps we have to do in the next year. First of all, yesterday we have discussed the importance of the national hub and of the national housing alliances that we will have to establish. And some, I think, Czech colleagues yesterday were saying that there are still a lot of points that are not clear. And for example, the hubs will be quite important to establish how we are going to invest European money, how we are going to use the pan-European platform, the money coming from European banks and so on. So I think, first point, that in order to avoid that all this kind of, let's say, network or hubs, alliances are not empty box at national levels, we still have to do some work in our countries, but with Housing Europe, to define the goals, how we are going to be involved as social housing actors, and mainly what is the goal. My second point is that as Marco, as the two colleagues said, we have to ensure that in the multi-financial framework, not only there will be resources and hopefully relevant resources, but I think that also the issue about conditionalities, actors, and goals, again, is very important. And it is so important that my third point is, again, about the interconnection among Europe and national context, is that, yes, it's true, we have recently approved this housing plan in Italy. Now it's ongoing, the process of conversion in law. But what we see as Lega Coop Abitanti, as a cooperative movement, we see 2-3 risks quite important, and it's not only us, but it's also an academic. The Secretary General of Housing Europe sent me a draft position written by an academic that is also involved in a European, in a Housing Europe project about equal housing. Well, she said that our Italian plan is more similar to a real estate fund supported by national resources, and I would add also with the risk to use the European funds to fund this kind of approach, where, for example, social housing actors and cooperatives are not mentioned. So why it is important that in the MFF we put clear conditionalities. Here we are. So we have been discussing in Housing Europe since quite in the last year the risk of the entering of the real estate and private actors in the sector of affordability, but it's not because we are against, absolutely. But what I see in the National Housing Plan is that they are entering, they are the actors, and the conditionalities are not clear. Returns on investment, there is quite a confused definition of canone calmierato, but without any clear framework in terms of governance and any clear definition of the social outcomes. And I could do many other examples. For example, there is the idea that rents should be 33% under the market costs. But if I consider a city like Milan, this is not enough to be really affordable. And one of the tools will be a fund that will be governed from Luxembourg, and again without any binding conditionalities. So I end saying that as cooperative movement, now we are trying to introduce some amendments to the plan, because I share the idea that it is a very important starting point, that in Italy there is at least a housing plan. But this work of interconnection with Brussels is so important, because a plan like that could have some problems with state-aid rules, with classification, with many other things, with SGEI. And it is important that we have that framework from Brussels saying you have to respect some rules to be really affordable.
Thank you very much, Rosanna, President of the National Cooperative Movement in Italy. I think you're seeing some very tangible risks there from the plan that might not be the opportunity you expected it to be. But now we're going to indeed jump on as the last speaker on this panel to finish up the focus on Italy. Our local host, indeed, Daniele Mosetti, President of Ater Trieste, so member of Federcasa. Please, Daniele, give us a few words from your perspective.
Thank you and good morning to everyone. It's a great honor for me as president of ATER Trieste to welcome you to our city one more time for the Housing Europe annual conference. I would first like to thank Housing Europe because give the opportunity to host this incredible event in Trieste, Federcasa, and the autonomous region of Friuli Venezia Giulia, the municipality of Trieste, perché give us the possibility to meet in this marvelous location, the sponsor as well, and all the partners who made this gathering possible. Hosting this event in Trieste carries a deep symbolic meaning. Trieste has always been a city of borders, but also a city of dialogue, a place where Latin and Central European cultures have met for centuries, a bridge between West and East. And today, perhaps, more than even, Europe needs a bridge. We are living through a period marked by uncertainty, wars on our continent, growing social inequalities, rising housing costs, energy insecurity, and increasing pressure on public institutions. In this context, housing policy is no longer just a technical or sectoral issue. Housing has become a strategic European issue, an issue of social cohesion, of economic stability, of demographic sustainability, and ultimately of democracy itself. Because when people lose access to affordable, dignified housing, they also begin to lose trust. Trust in institutions, trust in the future, and trust in Europe also. This is why public, cooperative, and social housing providers have a crucial responsibility today. We are not a simple managing buildings. We are helping to protect communities. We are preserving local balance, and we're creating the condition for people to build their lives with dignity. At ATER Trieste, we experience these challenges every day. Like many housing providers across Europe, we face rising construction and renovation costs, increasing maintenance need, energy transition pressure, and growing housing demands. For vulnerable households, young people, and elderly citizens. But we also see opportunities to rethink housing as long-term social infrastructure, opportunities to regenerate neighborhoods, not only buildings, opportunities to combine sustainability and affordability, and opportunity to strengthen cooperation between local institutions and European partners. This conference is important precisely because it moves beyond national perspective. And today, Europe has much to learn from exchange of experiences between different housing systems, from cost rental models to cooperative housing, from urban regeneration strategy to energy transition and local inclusion policies. No country can solve housing crisis alone. We need stronger European cooperation, long-term investment tools, stable financial frameworks, and above all, a shared political vision that recognizes housing as a public good and not merely as market commodity. From West to West, as the title of today's conference says, we must build a brighter housing future together. A future where housing policies are not driven only by a short-term financial logic, but by social resilience, territorial cohesion, and intergenerational fairness. And Trieste, because of its history and geographical position, is very proud to contribute to this European dialogue. I hope today's discussion will generate not only ideas, but also concrete alliances, practical solution, and renewed political courage. Because Europe doesn't only need more housing, Europe needs more affordable housing, more inclusive housing, more sustainable housing, and all above, more hope. Thank you very much, and I wish you all an inspiring and productive conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daniele, for this intervention. Obviously aware of the challenges, but definitely full of hope and of what we can do with the opportunities. And this event indeed would not have at all been possible without the collaboration of ATER Trieste, of you and your colleagues that we worked with on a daily basis over the last months, and indeed made it possible to be here in this amazing building. Built in 1803, this amazing theatre. I hope you get a chance also to look around that during the day. So thanks a lot. I think we'll end this focus in on Italy. Obviously you're staying around and chatting to colleagues during the day. And we're going to, just for the next few minutes, go zoom out a little bit. And we're going to be joined by the representative from the European Parliament, first of all, but I think we will first have a recorded note from Dan Jørgensen. Yes, that is correct. So I think we're all familiar with this name at the moment. He has no easy job, working not only on the housing crisis, but also the energy crisis. So you can imagine he's had a lot of sleepless nights, particularly with the crisis from the looming oil crisis at the moment as well. So he has a lot of work on his hands. We've had a lot of contact with during this presidency, but also, of course, during the last presidency with Bent. At one point, Dan Jørgensen said he was seeing Bent more than his mother. So it was a bit of indicative of how we were trying to really bring home the message to Dan Jørgensen that without public social cooperative housing providers, he will really not go very far in addressing the housing crisis in a fundamental and long-term way. So I think that message has hit home with him. He realizes that we are a key part of the puzzle, but of course it's very complex. As we've heard from our Italian partners, those wishes or those sentiments aren't always translated into the type of policies that we need at national and local level. So we still have a bit of work to do. But let's hear this recorded message from Dan Jørgensen that he prepared for today. If all the technology works and doesn't let us down.
Dear friends, greetings from Brussels. I'm sorry that I cannot join you in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a small contribution to this important event. And I would like to begin my contribution with a word of thanks. The members of Housing Europe oversee around 25 million homes across our continent, accounting for approximately 11% of the European housing stock. You're not only giving millions of Europeans a secure and sustainable place to live in the present, you're also working to build a better future. Last year, you helped us to shape an ambitious European affordable housing plan, and this year, we are turning our ambition into action. In the coming months, we will adopt the Affordable Housing Act. This act will help member states and cities to address the growing pressure on areas under housing stress, by giving them tools and flexibility they need to act effectively. We are also preparing a housing simplification package, which we will present next year. We will assess how EU legislation impacts the supply and affordability of housing, while also helping member states to simplify their own national, regional and local rules. Finally, we are working to unlock more funding. Later this year, we will launch the Pan-European Investment Platform to mobilize more public and private funding. And we will work to harness all possibilities in the next MFF, including through the national and regional partnership plans and the European Competitiveness Fund. These are some of the key areas of action over the coming months, and it is vital that we act together. A few weeks ago, I launched the European Housing Alliance. This alliance will enable us to cooperate more constructively across Europe. It will facilitate peer learning and help us to share new ideas, innovations, building on local and national experiences. I count on your active participation because you have real experience and expertise to share. Housing Europe has shown that providing secure, affordable and sustainable housing is possible for millions of Europeans. Let's continue our work together to make this a reality for all Europeans. On that note, I thank you for your time and I wish you a productive day of debate and discussions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. encouraging words and recognition from the Commissioner there. And now we expect now to meet Irene Tinagli online. I hope that she's managed to do. Yes, Irene, super to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedule to join us here online in Trieste. So we are joined here by, indeed, all of the members of Housing Europe, the public social cooperative housing providers, sitting here in the room in this beautiful theatre in your home country, in Trieste. And I think you have had also a very challenging time over the last months. You have had opened your eyes to the diversity of the different views and opinions on this really crucial and urgent issue. So we're really happy that you could join us today to give us a little bit of your perspective, how that work has been for you, and what perspectives you see going forward. Thanks,
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And we can see you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. I'm just sorry I can't be there in person, but you know, I'm constantly traveling, and it's true. These have been challenging months, but also extremely interesting and useful. With the special committee on the housing crisis in the Parliament, we've done a pretty amazing work in analyzing the crisis, the housing crisis all over the continent. We've done lots of missions. I just came back a few days ago from a mission in Dublin, where the situation is really severe. But one thing that really impressed me is how relevant this housing affordability crisis is everywhere. And it's not only in the usual suspects like Paris or Milan, but it's getting increasingly an issue also in middle-sized cities, in some cases even small towns or areas that are very small in terms of dimensions. They're not metropolitan areas, but maybe they are touristic destinations that are under a lot of pressure, or university towns that now, with the increased mobility of students, have seen the pressure on housing stock, and therefore also the pressure on housing prices gone up. And this has made the crisis even more relevant and pushed out a relevant chunk of the population from the possibility to access decent and affordable homes. So I think this has become a real issue, a policy issue all over the continent. The problem now is trying to understand how to provide some solutions. This is also one of the missions that we have, not only mapping the problems, but also mapping the possible solutions that could be scaled up. So one thing that we've seen when we visited the various countries and regions and cities is that indeed the places that showed the greatest resilience towards the crisis are the places that have managed to empower the local and regional governments, together with the non-profit, with the cooperatives, within, all the sorts of both public and private actors, but private actors that are used and have a tradition of cooperating with the public sector to deliver solutions that have a social impact. Those are the places where these kind of models have been better, nurtured. Those that have proved the greatest resilience and that are better equipped right now to try to provide responses. But of course, we need to keep these models. We need to provide resources, to provide the instruments to be capable of also scaling up these models. The problem that I've seen is that when I started, let me just tell you this thing. When I started out with the committee, many colleagues of mine, I'm an economist as a training, and also other politicians as colleagues, just told me, if you have an affordability crisis, it's because prices are going up. And if prices are going up, it's just because there is a mismatch between demand and supply. Just increase the supply and you will solve the problem. As a matter of fact, these almost 2 years of work that I did into housing and looking at the various markets proved me that it's not that simple. I mean, I wish it was that simple, but it's not. the problem that we've seen over the decades is that the demand has become extremely more complicated and fragmented. There is not one type of demand. There are different types of demand that are insisting on the housing stock, which is quite rigid. But at the same time, if you look into that, there can be different types of supply as well. So there is the high-end private market supply that caters to the richest segment of the population, which in many cases are not even resident of a city, but they want to buy the housing as an asset, as second, third homes or whatever. There is a supply for families that don't need to live there, for workers. There is a supply for students and workers' mobility, which are more oriented toward rentals. There is a supply for the most fragile ones. So we can't put everything into the same thing, because we risk creating a big confusion, because each one of these segment has its own priorities, has its issues and its models to address that kind of demand and supply problem. And part of the issue is that in the past 20, 30 years, what we've stopped doing housing policies on the side of policy making. So the part of the supply that is related to the public policy, to the social impact, stopped receiving attention, resources, and what happened is that part of supply shrinked considerably everywhere. So we've seen privatization, we've seen dismissal and selling out of public and social housing stock. We've seen a decadence and decline because there were not resources even to keep the maintenance of this stock of affordable and social housing. So we need to resume this attention, of course, with new models. We can't continue providing supply in the same way we did 30 or 40 years ago. So we need innovation. We need social innovation. But we need to be very mindful and careful in how we design these new models. Because if we think that it's just whatever kind of supply, and of course, it could be easy to just call some big real estate developers and say, look, deliver 3,000, 5,000, 20,000 units of new homes. That would be relatively easy, but I don't think that would solve the affordability crisis that we are facing right now. So, of course, we need to balance all of these things. We would need different types of private actors cooperating with the public actors, but we need to be very careful. So, what in Parliament right now, we are trying to work also on the next MFF to make sure that there will be enough resources to support these policies that should be also dedicated also not only at the European and national level, but be sure that they go at the regional and local level, which is where the real actors, the social actors, know what the problems are, can cooperate with the local administrators and municipalities and deliver the best solution. So we are trying to do that. Sorry, I didn't want to take too much time, but just to give you the framework, we have all the ingredients. We have social players, we have cooperatives, we have everything that we need. We just need to empower them with the right instruments.
Thank you so much, Irene. I think this is a really clear message. And you've been working a lot together with President of Housing Europe, Marco Corradi, over the last months, and I see that a lot of the messages that he's been repeating now have resonated with you. We also see that the arguments that you describe on very simple solutions that only increasing supply. Yes, of course, we have to increase supply, but I think we have to work with the local stakeholders, as you say, empowering them. And the key point, it's not to make national housing policy at EU level, not at all. National housing policy is made at local and national level, and what we try to figure out is where is there an added value coming from the work at European level. And indeed, some of that added value is merely mainstreaming, streamlining legislation. For some member states, there's very welcome finance that could be channeled, but it's a really, I think you have really recognized the diversity of the situation and the, let's say, the specific role that the EU can play. So you've been a really collaborative partner over the last months. And can you maybe just tell us a few words? This has been one of the asks, indeed, of Marco Corradi when he first heard, indeed, that the House Committee would actually finish just when the plan, I mean, we still have 4 years of the plan that was generated by the European Commission to be implemented, and when he learned that indeed the House Committee will actually finish up, so the official role in the European Parliament will actually finish at the end of this year. Can you give us a little bit of perspective what role members of the European Parliament will play going forward to make sure we have indeed your voice as part of the discussion?
Yes, so this is the committee is a special committee, which means it's a temporary committee, not a permanent one. So it is indeed supposed to end at the end of July. Now, I can't say anything because decisions have not been formalized yet, but there is now a debate about the possibility to prolong a little bit the life of the committee, just to be capable of accompanying the process of the European Commission, which still has to deliver, as Commissioner said, the Affordable Housing Act, the Construction Services Act. So we can help them. We did hearings yesterday. We will have new hearings coming up. But I can't, it's not my own decision. What can I assure you is that this past year and a half were pivotal in putting housing at the center of the debate in the European institutions, to convince many colleagues of ours how important it is to have references and to have a cooperation between all the levels, the European level, the national level, the regional level. So I hope that this conversation and this capability of putting all the stakeholders around the same table and talk to each other very frankly about what is needed, I think this is something that for me has been very powerful, very useful, which I hope can be continued even beyond the life of the committee. I think we put something on the ground that can live also beyond the life of the committee.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and we look forward to continuing our work together.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think this is almost the last of the interventions we will have on a screen. The rest of them will really be in person. We take advantage of the fact that we are all here. But we have a small intervention so it's Enrico Letta. Many of you may have heard of him. We've spoken about his report at the working committees. But he has an important message for us as well. It's a recorded message, so it's also very easy to control the time. We're going to finish just on time. But he is working on an initiative called the Right to Stay. So it's a really recognition of the fact that many Europeans actually, for economic reasons, are actually forced out of their towns, of their cities, because of the affordability crisis that is affecting Europe. And this has been recognized in this initiative called the Right to Stay, that Enrico Letta, where he's one of the key voices. He's president of the Jacques Delors Institute. I think Jacques Delors is also a key name for us. It's actually he was the driver, the initiator of bringing at that time Secodas together almost 40 years ago, so 1988. So we're almost 40 years old. And Enrico Letta is the president of the Jacques Delors Institute, which is continuing to work on the legacy of Jacques Delors. And the main message of Jacques Delors is indeed, Europe or any European Union or any coordination across the continent cannot only be based on a single market for products. You have to also pay real attention to the social cohesion and the impact that has. So we're going to hear a very short message from Enrico, if the technology hasn't failed us.
I am really very pleased to be with you, even if only remotely. I'm very sorry because I am not able to be physically. But I'm very happy to have the possibility, just in a few words, as we usually do remotely, to share with you the reason why I strongly believe that the freedom to stay, or as we say today, the right to stay, is one of the pillars and has to be one of the pillars of the future of the single market. You know that the single market, the big creation of Jacques Delors in the 80s, replaced the common market, that was the first creator of the six, then the single market. Now the decision is to have the one Europe, one market. One market is the third phase after common market, single market, now one market. But as Jacques Delors always said, the single market success was linked to the fact that cohesion policy was one of the main pillars of the European Union in the years in which the single market started. And not only the first years, but also later on. Cohesion policy means giving the possibility to have all the benefits of the single market, but helping also re-equilibration and trying to avoid inequalities and to address inequalities. Today, this problem and this topic is more important than ever. And first of all, it is important because freedom to stay today means giving the possibility to people, to young people, to young couples, to workers, to live a decent life in areas, territories where they want to live. And today is not what is happening. First of all, on housing. Housing is maybe one of the most crucial and important social topics in this very period. One of the reasons why people leave, and one of the reasons why today our social situation in Europe is so complicated. Housing means a complicated, delicate institutional approach, because we know very well that here we are touching points where we need a European approach and we need also the respect of national prerogatives. On housing, the national prerogatives are predominant. But at the same time, without addressing housing as one of the main issues, is absolutely difficult today to be successful. This is why I think also for you today is fundamental to play a role, a proactive role, trying to push national governments and European institutions to be successful in this operation. This One Europe, One Market started, as you know, April 24th, so it's very recent, with the 42 measures that the European Council, the European Commission, the European Parliament shared in Cyprus during this Cyprus successful presidency, leaving to the next Irish presidency many expectations. I had many meetings with the Irish representatives to prepare the Irish presidency, many expectations also for the possibility to implement these measures. But your role is fundamental. Your voice will be crucial. You have to be vocal and you have to push your governments and European institutions to consider this pillar not as a marginal parallel topic of the single market, but the crucial pillar of the single market. I'm sure that people will understand this effort, and I'm sure that the result will be absolutely useful, positive, and decisive for a stronger European Union. I thank you very much.
So Enrico Letta, I think an important ally. He was one of the former Italian prime ministers asked by Ursula von der Leyen to produce a report on the single market. And I guarantee you he made a very strong case for housing. It was mentioned, I think we counted over 30 times in his report. But keep in mind, the other report from the other former Italian Prime Minister, Mario Draghi, mentioned housing once and focused really on competitiveness. So I think it gives an indication that we still have some work to do to help Enrico Letta make that case that competitiveness is not only about a bigger and more powerful concentration of companies, which is on telecommunications, on defence, but also we have to look at make sure that our work has a high profile in that discussion as well. So I think he's going to be a key ally going forward. And again, thanks to Marco for making it possible for Enrico Letta to join today. So now we're going to get down to business and actually talk about delivering homes. So I'm going to hand over to our Director of Research, Alice Pettini, who's going to moderate this part of our discussion. Thanks, Alice.
Thank you, Sorka. Good morning, everyone. And can I ask the speakers for the next panel to join me on the stage, please? So we're going to discuss about how to accelerate housing delivery and recovering empty homes at the same time, but always with the community at heart. We have a very diverse panel today. We have Lisbeth Spies, President of the Dutch Association of Housing Corporations, ADES. We have Tjertomir Remek, joining us from the Housing Fund of the Republic of Slovenia. We have Bjorn Malens, General Manager of a social housing company called Woontrots, based in Flanders in Belgium. And last but not least, we have Giovanni Paglia, who is the Regional Councillor for Housing Policies in the Emilia-Romagna region in Italy. So without further ado, I would start with a question to Lisbeth. Lisbeth, I hope you don't mind. So we often look at the Netherlands with a lot of interest, that being the country with the largest share of social housing in Europe. And also, interestingly, it's a country with a very rapidly growing population, which is also an interesting case. So in this context, we heard you have very high and ambitious targets from the government about the type of supply that it's required to the sector. So can you tell us a bit more about that and how you're achieving it?
I'll be happy to. Good morning again to all of you. And I was thinking while I was listening to the contributions that were made this morning, we're talking about a housing crisis. And we were there. What happened? And if I translate that to the Dutch situation, only 15 years ago, our government thought, well, the Netherlands are ready. We have a housing stock which is sufficient. We do not need any big investments to invest in the housing market. And what happened in the last 10 years? For the Netherlands, we have a net growth of our population, and we see a growth in the households. So we have to have new homes. That's why we made an ambitious plan with the national, but also the regional and the local government to attribute and to deliver in 2029 30,000 new homes each year. We started at 16,000 in 2022. We delivered almost 25,000 last year, and we are accelerating. That's a hard job. We were supported by the government in two ways. We made national agreement on this 30,000, and there's a new law which passed Parliament, which prescribes that on every new development of housing, on every local community, 30% of the housing should be social housing. There are two minor points, so to say. We had the agreements and the law, but we need investment capacity to do so. We do have to pay taxes. We do not get subsidized, but we have to pay taxes on profits we are not allowed to make. So that is really a failure of the system we have right now. And the second one, of course, is that our investment capacity, which is over 100 billion euros, is going down because of interest rates and inflation. So we need more money to keep the production on to 30,000 homes each year.
Lisbeth, thanks a lot. And those numbers are indeed impressive, and I understand the challenge ahead for the sector. Is there something that you would like to see from Europe very briefly that could support you in this sense?
Well, I think it's very helpful if every country has those goals and has a strong history of cooperation with the associations, with the organizations that realize those social housing. That's a crucial condition to work together, to cooperate. I think it's even more important than funding, because because of the homes we own and because of we are staying, we are not selling those homes, we are a kind of rich organizations. Our capital is in the homes that we own. So I think good cooperation, good legislation is crucial also on the European level. So simplifying European rules, simplifying taxation, avoiding that organizations like ours have to pay taxes while they are not making profits. That are crucial conditions, and I like to be independent of the government, so I don't like subsidies that much, to be honest.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisbeth, for your take on this. Very interesting. And I'm curious to see the perspective from a very different reality in Europe. I'm turning to you, Čertomir. We also heard that Slovenia also has extremely ambitious targets in terms of supply of social housing at national level. So can you tell us about it, and also what is the role of the Housing Fund more specifically in this context? Thank you, Čertomir.
Good morning, everybody. Slovenia is a very small country, altogether 2 million of inhabitants, so we cannot compare with that, with Netherlands. We, in last decade, we did a big step forward. We provided more than 5,000 new housing units in different way, in 4 pillars, with own investment in project, with co-investing in the local communities, and the third pillar was to buy on the market. This was the not so very efficient way because the market is not working well. And the fourth pillar was also to use the empty flats with the public rental service, which was also not very efficient because we didn't follow some good practice in the other countries with tax reduction and with the flexible rent. Now, just today, we got a new government from left to right. So all what was done with the left government, I'm not sure it will continue. But nevertheless, I'm sure that our fund will continue to provide new housing units. Probably not so much with new construction, probably more to use empty flats, because the new government announced that they will reduce the tax from 25% to 5% on long-term rents, what is a big step forward, and they will also support the more flexible rents we can offer to the landowners, which will be somehow in correlation with the average rent in this region. So I'm optimistic, but okay, probably we will not build 20,000 new homes. We will build probably something less. But anyway, we will follow our goal to enlarge the stock of public housing from 4% at the moment to 8%, what is in the next 10 years our general goal.
Thank you very much. Sorry, does this? Yes. Sorry, thanks a lot, Čertomir. This was really interesting and impressive that basically you're trying to double the share of public housing in a span of 10 years. Maybe just one comment about the role of the National Housing Fund. I think it's very interesting what you said. So the governments may change, but it's important to have such a structure in place that can guarantee the continuity. And can you give us an idea of how much the fund has grown already over the years recently? Because I know it's been a steep
yes, this is the continuity we have last 35 years with the National Housing Fund, because why the National Housing Fund was founded 35 years ago, because after we became an independent country from the former Yugoslavia. At that time, we had a big public housing fund and everyone had a flat. So we had probably the best solution for social housing. And this housing fund was privatized, and now we have over 90% of private housing. And this is the reason that we are somehow, the National Housing Fund has to somehow to help the vulnerable, all the vulnerable groups to solve the housing problem.
Thank you so much, Zsoltomir. And this it also gives a good transition for the next topic that we wanted to touch upon, because it was already mentioned several times today. Indeed, we focus on supply, but not any kind of supply. And sometimes supply also comes through using what already exists. So vacant housing, also other type of structures that can be turned into social housing. And for this, I would turn to Bjorn and ask him to tell us about the experience at the local level in his region, his municipality. Bjorn, can you please tell us what you're doing, what you're up to?
Thanks a lot, Alice, and good morning from me also. There is also in Flanders, like I think everywhere in Europe, a huge need for social housing. Just from a general perspective, the waiting list is longer than the entire stock of social housing in Flanders. So we should double the stock. Of course, that's from a political view not really possible, I suppose. One of the instruments that the Flemish government has proposed is to put a binding obligation on every individual municipality. So there are about 300 municipalities in Flanders, and every one of them have binding obligations to build social housing. And if they don't reach it, they should pay fines. So it's a quite imposing instrument. For my own company, Woontrots, that I manage, did result in an objective of 2,000 extra units in 15 years. It's spread over 13 smaller municipalities. At this moment, we manage about 4,000 units. So that means that we have to increase our stock, our managed stock, with 50% in 15 years. That's quite an objective. At the same point, and I think it's also the same in Europe all around, we have to do quite intense renovation. We have to do more or less global renovation of also half our stock, also 2,000 houses, more or less in the same period. So I think the objectives are quite intense. We're active in a region between Leuven and Brussels, so the capital of Belgium. It's a very expensive region with very high prices. If you look at all the real estate rankings, being it rent, being it land cost and things like that, my municipalities are always in the top 10, 20%. We work in a Flemish social housing framework with financing instruments, and that are based on maximum prices. They differ a bit depending on the region, but they don't differ very much. I mean, even at the maximum level, it's difficult for us to reach a good price to use for land. At the same moment, we have very high prices, but also we have these municipalities who see themselves as rural. They're of course not really rural. I mean, they're 12 kilometers from Brussels, but they see themselves as rural municipalities, so they don't like density. So we can't build these big complexes, we can't densify existing neighborhoods. This means that to reach the objectives, the very big objectives, mainly in new construction, we have to be innovative and look at all the instruments that are available. So if we would just choose to build new projects, we wouldn't reach them. When these objectives were launched, almost at the same moment, there was quite a lot of media coverage about plans of the local municipalities to sell real estate for a total of 1.8 billion euros. Which is understandable. I mean, there's a lot of financial pressure on my social housing company, the social housing companies, of course, also on the local municipalities. But I wrote an opinion at that moment in one of the newspapers to say that it should be logical that, first of all, they should look at opportunities to redevelop the real estate, public real estate that the municipalities were selling, to use it first and for all for social housing. And hopefully at the little reduced price. As at Wontrot, but also other Flemish municipalities, we have these big objectives. And I think it should be clear that a little less sale value would give a big return on investment. So what we try to do is indeed look also at opportunities of redeveloping existing stock. We've done that a lot in the past, and it's different, of course, for little municipalities than, for instance, for the big cities in Flanders. But the instrument, the rules in Flanders are the same for all. What we did in the past is redeveloping of cloisters, of a military base, a lot of schools. We're now looking at the opportunities that are possible from the municipalities. What do they have in stock? But it takes a lot of time because you have to make this inventory. You have to convince them to sell it to us, to redevelop it. And mainly we have to convince them that it's a good investment to provide these opportunities for social housing. And I think that's the main role that we try to do at the local level at this moment.
Thank you very much, Bjorn. Very interesting and very important to keep this local perspective in mind and all the partnership that you have to create to be able to indeed mobilize the resources that are already there. And along the same line, we move to the last speaker of the session today. So Giovanni from Emilia-Romagna, my hometown. So a lot of expectations on what you want to share today. It's an interesting example where the region is acting as an aggregator to support the local public housing companies, indeed, to deal with vacancy, to deal with renovation. So what are you doing and what are the challenges to modernize public housing today in Italy?
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I apologize in advance for my English. Okay? I think the real challenge for us in Italy now is to rebuild a rent market in a country where in the last 40 years the only answer to the housing issue was to push people to buy a house. This is no more possible now for thousands of people because current incomes are too low in comparison to rental fees. In addition, demography is changing quickly. Italian population is growing old. Young people prefer renting houses. People travel more. In a region like Emilia-Romagna, this means an increasing difficulty to find employees for private and public work, with very bad consequences for economic development and maintenance of public services. We have no more workers. Okay? No sufficient workers, because to find a house is a problem. So we have identified our aim: realize the more possible of public social housing in the less time possible. We started a path with the European Investment Bank for a 200 million loan and invest other 100 million of our partners in a 5-year program with 2 objectives. The first one is restructuring of the vacant public houses of municipality ownership, making a pact with the owners, with the municipalities. We pay for the restructuration and they give us the rents for 30 years. The second one is realizing new social housing by project of urban regeneration or new construction, or financing programs of energy efficiency for publicly owned houses. In both cases, municipalities put areas for free. We put the money. Municipalities become the owners of buildings. We hold the fees for 30 years. This is a program. 30 years is the duration of the loan we are negotiating with the European Bank of Investment. If we will be successful, we can realize overall 4,000 new apartments, renting them at the half of the market price or less. In the first 12 months, we made a call to municipalities for apartments and areas, and we obtained 1,100 apartments and investment proposal for 500 million. We made also a call for potential tenants, and 3,400 people answers. In the next weeks, we are going to sign executive agreements with municipalities, then to match apartments and tenants. Then, I think in September, we start to finance restructurations with the objective to have the first 1,100 apartments ready in 6 months. I think this currently is the more ambitious public plan of social housing in Italy. To be clear, the national government plan allocates for the whole country 1 billion, while we engage 300 million only for our region. I think we are the only region next to close a deal with the European Investment Bank in Italy, and the first one to engage the opportunity for using European funds for housing policies. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, it's a very ambitious plan and one that we hope to see replicated also in other parts of Italy, but it's great to have you testing how this will work with the EIB.
I hope so.
We all hope so. I think we're running out of time, unfortunately. I would have liked to ask you all a million questions, but maybe just to wrap up, I've listened to all your inputs, found them very interesting, and my main takeaways would be the amazing level of coordination that it takes to make such ambitions work on the ground, from the very local to the national level, and also very important how to, indeed, this has to be combined with additional services and partnerships with all the local partners available to really deliver for the community. So with this, we close this panel and we move to the next, but a round of applause for our speakers, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'd like to ask our four speakers next one to come up on stage, and I'll introduce them in turn. So joining us here, we have Julien Dijol, Policy Director of Housing Europe, Rémi Vasseur, Engineer in Environment and Energy at the French Union Sociale pour l'Habitat. We have Claudia Del Pero, joining us, Associate Professor at the Politecnico di Milano, and Özgür, yes, he was out late last night, so he's taking a bit more time this morning. Özgür Öner, from the Director of the EU representation of the German Federation of Real Estate and Housing Associations, GDW. You're all very welcome. So this is quite a timely session this morning because it marries a long-term ambition, which is how public housing providers can become more sustainable, how we can decarbonize the stock. But also, of course, there is an immediate conversation happening because of the conflict in the Middle East and the impact that's having on global energy markets, particularly in a continent like Europe, where we know that we're very reliant on external provision of our energy. So actually, just very, very quickly on that before we get into the broader discussion, I'd like to check in with you, Özgür. You obviously represent quite a diverse number of housing providers in Germany, but could you give us very, very succinctly, what is the current immediate impact today on the tenants that live in the homes provided by GDW members of the conflict in the Middle East and the energy crisis?
Thank you very much, Dara. You know, it is a bit like a disease what no one needs. After COVID, disruption, instability of the supply chain. Then we have the Ukrainian war, or war against Ukraine. Again, disruption, supply chain, energy problems. And now it's the war in Middle East, and that is really something what we don't need. The effect of the Middle East war is not really visible now because data needs always longer than the reality the people are feeling. But what we have seen is already that some prices in construction products are increasing. For instance, in bitumen, the price increase in March was of 36%. And if you imagine that asphalt, for instance, 50% of asphalt is made of bitumen. So you can easily calculate later on, not directly now, but later on within the construction products, an increase. And it will be something similar also within the energy sector. It is not really visible now in electricity and gas, but for fuel, everyone noticed that already, that the fuel prices increased dramatically. So, and that will affect the cost of construction and the cost of renovation for housing companies. And that is already our biggest problem, because that is an ever-increasing dynamic. And we try to stop it instead of stopping it in past years, and instead of stopping it now, it will increase again.
Thank you very much. And passing then the microphone to Rémi from Union Sociale pour l'Habitat. Linked to this topic, so in the last 2 to 3 weeks, both the French government and USH have announced separately, but on the same theme, the ambition to speed up the electrification of France, so to move to more electric sources, more domestic sources of energy, including renewable energy. But in practical terms, from USH's point of view, the commitment that you've made, what does it mean for your tenants practically? Should they expect to see lower energy bills going forward, less variance in their energy bills? What will be the impact for the tenants that you accommodate?
Yeah, thank you. A very good question indeed, and I think we won't have the time to connect all the dots because it can be a very broad question, but we'll try to address at least a few of them. So yes, from like a long-term perspective, electricity in France is already close to fully decarbonized at this time, and we hope that it will remain so in the foreseeable future. So it should help shield the population from fossil fuel shocks that will come, like this one is already having, and we'll have more and more of them as we all envision. But what will it mean to our tenants in the short term? That's a very good question, because as a landlord, you can electrify your building. It's a very sensible decision for the climate. It can be a sensible decision as a landlord because it can be quick, it can be cheap. But for your tenant perspective, it can mean bills skyrocketing, because maybe the building is not fully insulated at the moment. So you have to consider like a broader picture. Like it's not about electrifying, but how you do it, maybe when you do it and with what, because an electricity bill is linked to so the electricity cost, but also how much electricity you're consuming, and in how much you're consuming depends on the building needs and the energy efficiency of the system. So are you running a very good old simple resistance-based heater, or are you using a heat pump? Heat pump is a very good efficient system, but it's way more costly than your way to go resistance. And you cannot deploy heat pumps everywhere in every situation. So as USH, so we made a press release about answering the electrifying call of the French government. But from our perspective, it's not exactly about electrifying, that decarbonizing through electricity, but only where it's relevant. So we will electrify where it's already relevant to do so. So basically a house already fully insulated. Maybe it depends if we are in the southern part of France, northern part of France. And we need room for other solutions where they still will remain relevant. District heating, for instance, but also renewable gas for some of our systems. It will give us room to maybe electrify or decarbonize for the long term. Like we aim for the long run. We need to be able to maybe sometimes decarbonize first, do insulation first, or the opposite around, and address everything. And maybe on top of it, some renewables in the mix would be a great addition.
Thank you very much, and you can pass to your colleague to your left. So, Claudio, you've worked for many, many years, including with Housing Europe, on projects like Reskin and more recently Sphere, on the concept of quicker, cheaper, more efficient, modular, focused renovation projects. But this has become really, let's say, sexy in Brussels in recent months. They're talking a lot about, okay, industrialize, modern methods to construction. But as someone who has a lot of experience in the sector, what is the real potential from the projects you've worked on? What do we see in terms of the speed, the cost, all of the benefits of this modular approach versus the traditional method of renovating multifamily buildings, for example?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the organization of this event. Let me say, first of all, that I think that one of the main problems of the construction industry is the limited process innovation. If we look at other sectors, for example, the automotive sector, in the last 50 years, there has been a lot of changes in the manufacturing process, in the also the design process, the technologies we are using. And if we go in a building site today, especially if it's a retrofit building site, we see more or less the same approach, the same technologies we used 50 years ago. Okay, probably the workers are using an electric screwdriver rather than a manual one. We are using a heat pump rather than a diesel gas boiler, but the overall retrofit approach is quite standard, quite traditional. For this reason, it's difficult, in my opinion, to optimize, to improve the cost, the time, and also the uncertainty of the retrofit process. So to answer your question, yes, I think that the modularity and the prefabrication, it's a key element to speed up the retrofit of the existing buildings according to the European objectives. And I can tell you which is my experience. Now we are coordinating as Politecnico di Milano 2 different research projects. The name of this project are Reskin and Sphere. Both of them are aimed at providing a toolkit to retrofit existing building. I mean, to transform an outdated building into a net zero energy and smart building. So the first innovation is that we are providing a toolkit that is a set of technologies and tools that are synergistically designed to work together in the proper way. So this way we are simplifying the design, but also the installation process. The second innovation is that every component of this toolkit is modular and or prefabricated. I'll give you a couple of examples. One of the technology is a facade panel that is composed by a bio-based insulation layer and then an external metal sheet, finishing sheet. This panel is pre-sized in the factory, considering the layout of the facade, and is attached to the facade of the building with a crane, like a piece of paper, say like that, avoiding the scaffolding. So by avoiding scaffolding, we are strongly decreasing the cost and the timing of the facade retrofitting. The second technology, the second example is what we call a smart fan coil. It's a decentralized heat pump that is designed to be installed in the place of a radiator. So we take off the existing radiator and, let's say, in a almost plug and play way, we install this new component that the shape is very similar to that of a traditional fan coil. This unit is able to provide heating, cooling, and mechanical ventilation in every room according to a smart control logic. So this way we are really simplifying the improvement of the technical system, minimizing also the impact on the users. If we are speaking about social housing, it's not so easy to go inside dwelling and to work inside dwelling in winter, in summer, though there are always issues. So in conclusion, I really believe that modularity and prefabrication are pivotal element if you want to quickly decarbonize the building sector.
And if I can push you quickly, so let's say, what would you expect the average cost of this approach to be versus, again, the more labor-intensive traditional approach to a building? I mean, do you have some preliminary figures about, let's say, the reskin approach versus the baseline approach?
Let's say that the aim of those projects is to keep the overall cost of the deep retrofit very similar to the traditional retrofit cost. In both cases, the goal is to keep the payback time below 15 years. So also without subsidies. It's not easy, honestly speaking, especially in this moment that the prices in some countries are very, very increased compared to 5 years ago. But let's say that 15 years, it's a good payback time, in my opinion, at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to my colleague Julian, who's being very, very patient, well, you can pass the mic to him anyway, but bring it back in, Özgür, very, very quickly, because we've talked about this before. In, let's say, the European or the EU thinking about decarbonization and renovations and becoming more sustainable in Europe, there seems to be a tension or maybe a gap where terms like renovation and decarbonization are basically used interchangeably. But we know that they're not interchangeable. They have very particular meanings. Sometimes they can pull in the same direction. Sometimes they can be a bit in conflict with each other. We know that decarbonization, for example, of a building does not necessarily mean lower energy bills for a tenant and so on, that these could come more easily through renovation measures, for example. But in Germany, I know you thought about this question a lot, this tension or this kind of dichotomy between decarbonization and renovation. So quite briefly, if you can, before we bring in Julian, what is the German thinking about this question? What does the EU need to do more in terms of providing clarity on this key topic?
Thank you, Dara. Thank you, Dara. In fact, there is no really contradiction between decarbonization and renovation. The problem what we are feeling and what we are seeing at European level, of course, there's more an ideological fight. There are people, political groups who would like to decarbonize without asking what does it mean in reality. So what we need is a holistic approach, and that is something what we as GDW are fighting for. So that means not enhancing all buildings, all single buildings at European level, like a Formula One car, and having the best possible technology available. That is the one point, because that is something what we can't afford. But if we think about decarbonization and how to reach that via renovation, we have done quite recently a study, or academia has done a study which we support and which we agreed with in Germany. It's called the Practical Pathway to CO2 emissions reduction. So what the academia has calculated is, if we really follow the European and the national pathway to decarbonize and becoming climate neutral, we would have around about till 2045, that is the aim in Germany, we would have around about 5 trillion, it's not a mistake, 5 trillion euro as a cost. And they suggested an integrated approach and a neighborhood approach. So that means in terms of new construction, we can do a lot. We can be very, very efficient. But in terms of the majority of the buildings in Europe, and of course also in Germany, the majority of the buildings are from the time of the in the period between the Second World War and the 70s. Enhancing these buildings to energy efficiency class A, becoming climate neutral, that is impossible. Of course it's impossible, it's possible, but it's not, no one can pay it. So having a differentiated approach and perspective on that and saying, what can we do with the old buildings? How far can we enhance them? What can we do with the new buildings? And also taking that all together, plus greening the heat supply. That could be a way to reach, based on our analysis, to reach the climate neutrality. And that is also something what people can pay. Because when we're talking about these big figures, at the end someone has to pay it. And 5 trillion euro, I can assure you, Germany won't be able to pay it, and Germany is not poor. And that is the same also in other member states. So at the end, the tenants, at the end, the weakest part would have to pay in a way. And therefore, we need this holistic approach and not an ideological fight of different groups saying everything has to be completely renovated to A+, or everything has to be demolished. Maybe if some of you remember that. 2 years ago, there was one idea within the European Parliament, everything older, everything before 1970 should be demolished, then we don't have a problem with energy efficiency.
Thank you very much, Oscar. So we're losing the time, but Julien, you've been very patient. I'll bring you in because, again, we've heard from Italy, we've heard from France, we've heard from Germany, and you're kind of on top of all these at the EU level, let's say. So indeed, in terms of your work at Housing Europe, you have to bring together very often very diverse views about questions like renovations and decarbonization and so on. So where do you see that there is more or less unanimity? What points is there agreement on between the members of Housing Europe today? And also, very importantly, where is there a lack of information, or where does the European Union need to provide additional information and additional clarity? What points are currently underdeveloped?
So indeed, I think, first of all, there is an agreement among stakeholders, housing professionals, now more and more among policymakers, about the fact that shielding tenants from the energy crisis, reducing CO2 and maintaining affordability is extremely challenging and extremely costly. However, there's also an agreement that social, cooperative and public housing providers are the best placed to do this. They have the greatest contribution in terms of the reduction of energy consumption. For instance, we've asked our members about the renovation activities that they have carried out over the last year, and we came up with a renovation rate which is higher than what it was in 2020, not so much higher, from basically 1.2% to 1.5%, but still this is an indication that despite the headwinds, despite the economic difficulties, the social, corporate and public housing sector have the capacity to increase that. However, focusing only on renovation rates or energy consumption doesn't give the overall picture of the reality, because what we see also is that the reduction of CO2 emissions is faster than the reduction of energy consumption. It means that in the sector, there's a growing recognition of the importance of decarbonizing heating sources. And more there's a focus on CO2 rather than purely energy consumption. And this is, I think, one of the important messages also for policymakers, that we need this balance between the energy efficiency and the decarbonization of heat. And this is actually already answering your second part, and the second part of your question. What do we need to support? We know the European Commission is very focused at the moment on off-site renovation and construction. This is for them a clear way to speed up the reduction of energy consumption. If we go that path and we think it's important, we need to be careful and have a pragmatic approach. And this I will just remember what we've seen through European projects, not only Riskin, but we also involved in a project called Build Up Speed, which is looking at ways to increase and industrialize deep renovation. Because this is one aspect I wanted to mention. I mean, the proportion of deep renovation in the overall picture is still very marginal, so we'll need to increase that. And off-site construction, in theory, off-site renovation is a great way to do that, but we need a pragmatic approach. We need support to assess building typologies, to assess, also to create local ecosystems. And one of the great things that Build Up Speed is doing is to develop what we call market activation platform. So it's not only a digital platform, but it's a way for the supply chain and the demand, so social housing providers, to meet and discuss about the potential for renovation and the different needs in relation to that. We need to pull demand for renovation, and here the role of public procurement is crucial. Public procurement can be a great way to pull demand using collective scheme like central purchasing bodies, and this is something that we need to support. We need to support the supply chain, in fact, as well, by providing them sometimes the regulatory tools. One example is one thing that Build Up Speed is doing is to have this what we call temporary factory to build the renovation component. Sometimes the regulation, local regulation, does not allow for this temporary physical place where companies will be able to proceed with renovation components. So we need also that. And eventually, but we always know, this is the most crucial part, finance. And we still see that whatever the approach, we still rely massively on traditional funding stream, particularly public subsidies. And it's difficult to see how we go over that. This notion of private finance through, for instance, energy performance contracts and what we call energy performance service companies has not been very much used in the sector. One reason is that actually the cost of finance was cheaper in a traditional way so far. Maybe it will change, and the role of private companies will be bigger and bigger. But we still see the complexity of using private finance there. So we basically, in our discussion with the European Commission, we're going to tell them, okay, fine, yes, we need to promote this off-site renovation and construction, but we need to be careful and have a pragmatic approach, because we know, our members know how it works on the ground.
Thank you very much. So the time was really short. In fact, we're slightly over time, but I'm going to abuse that for very briefly to bring back in Claudio and then Remy, who only got to speak very briefly, just to give some additional thoughts. So based on what you've heard from the other panelists, for example, Claudio, did anything come to your mind? What inspired you, or any kind of additional messages you want to add from your experience on modular renovations, for example?
Yeah, I think it's important to be honest and sometimes see the reality. And if we see that only focusing on energy efficiency or renovation rates is not delivering, if we see that the renovation wave is not really happening, we need to fine-tune. Doesn't mean that we need to completely, of course, abandon the goals, but we need to see the combination. And I think one example is the electrification plan in France. Looking at electrification of the heating source is probably an interesting approach.
So, Claudio, any short final thoughts?
I think the second very, very relevant topic that we have to add is the resilience of the housing to the climate change. So I think it's something that we have to upgrade. So I agree that we cannot just focus on energy efficiency now. It's not enough, even if it's very important, but we have to move to new techniques, new technologies to also to improve the resilience.
Thank you very much. And then I'll leave the final comment to Remy, because we really have to wrap up. So any final thoughts?
Maybe something around one size doesn't fit all, because electricity would be maybe a good mean to address some of the decarbonization, but it will not apply in every situation, and it so goes for the financial part. So we will maybe need to broaden our perspective regarding where the finances are coming from. We need to maybe reinvent or invest in new economic models, I guess.
Okay, and then the final comment, sorry, is of course to Özgür.
Thank you. I will be very brief. Now, we discussed that yesterday, that some of our companies, some of the member companies are older than 100 years, 120, 140 years. So, just to remind you, the companies, the associations of companies, they have the knowledge and the expertise. They know how to solve the situation and how to solve the crisis. But now politics in many states, member states, has realized, oh, there is a problem, and they expect an immediate solution. So my pledge is we need time. You know, if you have a child, you need some time, some years, to educate that child, to give him time to grow up. And the expectation of politics is now, we see housing is a crisis, give us tomorrow a solution. It's easy to destroy good, well-functioning systems, but it takes time to rebuild it.
Thank you very much. Okay, big round of applause for our panelists, and thank you for the patience. And we move on. And welcome back stage, my colleague Alice Pittini.
Thank you, Dara. So here we are again. I would like to ask the speakers for this panel to join me again on the stage. And we have a panel now focusing specifically on investment, which is of course a topic which everyone has touched upon, but we will look into this in more detail with our guests. So we have Tanguy Desrousseaux, who is Director of the Housing, Cities and Regions Department at the European Investment Bank, who's been a reliable partner for many years now for the social housing sector. And we have joining us online, Johannes Böhmer. Hello, hi Johannes, good to see you. We see you perfectly. Hopefully this will work smoothly. And he's the Vice Governor for Social Development Strategy of the Council of Europe Development Bank since 2022. Welcome, pleasure to have you with us. I'll be online. And last but not least, Bent Madsen, who is a CEO of BL, the Danish Federation of Not-for-Profit Housing Providers, and he will also tell us about specifically the National Building Fund and how it supports the not-for-profit sector in Denmark. So I will maybe sit here this time to be closer to you. And Bent, I would actually like to start with you. So we've heard that the National Building Fund that supports social housing in Denmark, and that actually draws directly from the resources from within the sector in a form of solidarity revolving fund, has been mentioned in the European Affordable Housing Plan as a good example to be followed. And we know there is a lot of interest at European level for this idea of establishing revolving funds. Can you tell us what are the ingredients to make it work? And also, maybe even most important, how to translate it into a different context. There are countries that maybe don't have such a long-standing tradition of investment in social housing, in not-for-profit housing. What would be your advice?
Yes, thank you. Yes, you have to begin, so to speak. What did we do in the Danish case? The Danish sector, it's more than 100 years old, and when it started, you have these mortgage loans, and they are very, very, very long. And the idea in the Single Housing Association was, when you have paid your loan, repaid your loan, after that you have the last installment, and you will continue forever to pay the last installment, and it will be accumulated in the Single Housing Association. And when you do that, you can invest in new housing and you can invest in renovation. It was the basic idea. It's more than 100 years old. But when the money came, we could see that the money would come into the single housing associations. In some housing associations, they had a great need for renovations. In other housing associations, not. And what did we do? Created this fund. It started years before, but it started with a little, so to speak, a tax on every square meter, started it up. And when you have these loans, they were repaid. 75% of the installments are coming into the National Building Fund. And in my daily life, I'm also the CEO of the National Building Fund. And what do we do in the National Building Fund? Yes, of course, we are a kind of a tax collector from the housing associations, because when they have repaid their loans, we are taking the money in. And then we have a department to see which housing associations or buildings are in need and give subsidies to renovations there at a very large scale, and also to social master plans in different areas. And in Denmark, nearly 20% of the population are in social housing, which is not social in the Danish words. Almene bolig, it means for everyone, and everyone can apply for it. And this is about 1 million people living in social housing, and in about areas covering 200,000 persons. We have also these social master plans. And I can reveal here, I'm an economist. I love figures, and I know other ones here who also are loving figures. And we have registration of everything also at a personal level to measure the effects. And it's another recommendation here. Whatever you do, make evaluations and do it each and every day. Collect figures to see what works and what works not in my daily life, which one of the renovations should I prioritize, on what ground, where should I make the social master plans, you have to base that on figures and evaluations.
Thank you very much, Ben. Very interesting that you insist on figures, and figures not only indeed on the stock, but also the social impact, which is one of also the strengths of the Danish case. Even impact on well-being was mentioned before. And this, of course, also should be taken into account by investors at the same time. But very interesting. So the takeaways is basically you need a bit of time to make a revolving fund at work. And you need like a sustainable financing. So what about countries where rents don't allow for a surplus? Can this work in this case, or is it a stretch?
It is a self-financing system. So you have to have the capacity in the sector, of course, but you can start at a small scale. We did start at a small scale with this tax on each and every square meter. And you can ask, were the housing associations happy at that time when it was introduced? And the answer is, of course, no. But are they happy now? The answer is yes. They are, and gradually build it up here. And it is a non-profit system, so every single krone in the Danish case is saved there when they pay the last installment, are revolved into the sector again. So nothing goes out of the sector. And of course, it's also give this legitimacy vis-a-vis the housing associations and the tenants, because the money are in the system.
Thank you very much. A very important point on making sure the money stays where it has to go, it is reinvested in the core mission. So after this point, I would like to move now to our guests from our partner, European banks. I have a question for you both, actually. So we know there are excellent examples that we've heard even this morning of cooperation with the European Investment Bank, the Council of Europe Bank. One example above all, maybe that brings the two organizations actually together with a national development bank, Caisse de dépôt, is the French alliance in this. But there are others across Europe. But how to move from this case-by-case or almost a project-based approach to make it something more systemic. So how to scale up, basically, and transfer in other contexts. What do you think is needed to support this? And I will give the floor, if you don't mind, maybe first to Johannes, just so that we will see if everything works perfectly online, as we hope. Johannes, please. Oh. So maybe, Johannes, I will stop you. We have to fix, we cannot hear you.
I think you're on mute, Johannes.
I mean, thank you. Here I am. Now you can hear me?
Yes, perfectly, thank you.
Sorry for that. So, I was saying, first of all, a heartfelt good morning, heartfelt regrets that I'm not with you. The little thing that I can see on my screen from the theater already makes me envy you all a lot. And from the little introduction that Zorka made, also, I would have loved to come to Trieste. Trieste, beautiful city. It would have been also for me the first time, but unfortunately, clashes of agendas, particularly shortly before this meeting and shortly afterwards, have prevented me from that. So sorry for that. I'd like to also thank Housing Europe to organize this event. Some of the participants on the panels we have been meeting a couple of times in the past, over the past months. It almost starts for me indeed to feel like a gathering of an extended family, and this is, I think, a positive thing because it shows that the topic has gained traction over the past years and really is important. So indeed, Alice, thank you. You mentioned indeed the European Housing Alliance in France that we have established together with the National Promotional Bank, Caisse des dépôts et consignations, CDC, with the EIB, my dear colleague Tanguy, and l'Union Sociale pour l'Habitat, which is the Association of Social Housing Providers. This mechanism has mobilized nearly 2.5 billion in CEB and EIB financing combined to date. And more broadly, partnerships are essential, especially with local public financing institutions that can then aggregate and bundle projects into bigger investment packages. Since the start of 2025, the CEB has approved 1.1 billion in housing loans, largely through aggregation mechanisms. I'd also like to mention, there was a panelist a little earlier from Slovenia, to mention here a recent 150 million loan to SID Banka in Slovenia, which is meant to establish a similar type of cooperation. This is together, again, with the EIB, and future resources will benefit low and middle income households. Another example would come from Spain, where we capitalized on our partnership with the European Commission under the InvestEU program in order to support an activity beyond our lending limit. Our loans are also, in that case, blended with a partial EU subsidy from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Such blending has been instrumental in supporting small municipalities and social economy actors to develop sustainable housing solutions for low-income and vulnerable groups, such as migrants, homeless persons, and victims of domestic gender-based violence. These what we call as at CEB, these most vulnerable groups are really those focus groups that we predominantly try to support. Also, particular attention needs to be paid to innovation in construction methods. We heard it in the previous panel. I was quite inspired by the examples that were given, through reasonable and bankable construction standards, as well as simplification in permitting and other documentation requirements. And we are pleased that this issue is also increasingly getting space in discussions as part of the European Affordable Housing Plan. So, mobilizing investment and unlocking housing potential requires well-coordinated partnerships and effective aggregation. It also requires strengthening planning and delivery capacities, cost-efficient construction standards and processes, and continued support of EU-level instruments in particular. And the CEB's experience across Europe, from Latvia to Malta and from Ireland to Romania, is a testament to this.
Thank you so much, Johannes, and you brought many points to the discussion, a lot of food for thoughts. But first, I will pick up on some of those points, hopefully towards the end of this session. But first, I will turn to Tanguy and ask you too if you have something to add about indeed scalability. And I was thinking in particular of the aspect of governance. What kind of governance has to be in place?
Thank you very much, Alice, and thank you to Housing Europe for your kind invitation today. Very pleased to be here, because I think that's here that will make a difference. It's housing providers, it's federations. Johannes mentioned Union Sociale pour l'Habitat as a basis for the cooperation that we've had between financial institutions. I think it is important, because one size doesn't fit all, that we take into account the specificities of each country, each federation, to adapt the cooperation. Now on the scalability and governance, I think on scalability, what is the most important is that we find a robust environment that allows us to provide the financing that we can provide. Just taking the reference of France, the reason why we could provide this 2.5 billion over 5 years as part of this alliance is because there is a strong regulatory environment. There is a very strong national promotional bank, the Caisse des dépôts et consignations. There is a strong urban planning. So if I wanted to summarize those 4 main conditions to make this happen for scalability, I would say a robust regulatory framework, I would say a solid housing finance system, so not only national promotional banks, but other financiers. I think we should also focus on urban planning, the importance of urban planning to speed up permitting, to allow construction, to allow the transfer of land, for example. It was mentioned by one of the panelists before. And the last one, which is the most important, we need experienced housing providers. Not that if in a country we don't have experienced housing providers, we cannot act, but we need to build this capacity. So in terms of governance, I would say it is important that housing providers or countries that are trying to develop social and affordable housing make use of the advisory services that is made available by the European Commission to the European Investment Bank. This advisory service can be very useful to build a project pipeline, to build capacity of promoters, to develop technical advice, financing advice, scalability. We can do by replicating what we've been doing fine for a number of years. That's, direct loan to a direct promoter and borrower. But I think we should also try to develop leverage effect. So this leverage effect could be by introducing revolving funds, like Bent said, and which has been developed in other countries. We need to mention also the very strong Austrian model. I think what you've done in Denmark is being replicated in Ireland to some extent as well. So we need to find new financing models that would have a leverage effect that will allow us to reach scalability. I don't want to be too long.
Thank you very much, Tanguy. And indeed, all these points are very important to be reminded. The importance also of having responsible institutions and responsible providers on the ground that can actually absorb these funds. So another question that I wanted to address actually to both Tanguy and Johannes is about, so on the one hand, there's the issue of establishing governance and institutions and framework in some cases. In other cases, it's an issue with bankability of projects. So in some countries, you have public or social housing systems where indeed it's hard to strike a balance between the costs and the rent. We're thinking in this sense, can the use of other EU instruments, and I'm thinking, for instance, cohesion funds, can it provide maybe necessary equity through blending? What are your thoughts on that? And how do you see this cooperation with other sources of funding?
Yeah, I would say it's very important that housing providers and countries make use of the resources and the schemes provided by the European Union. I'm thinking, of course, about InvestEU that was mentioned by Johannes. It's a portfolio guarantee that would allow us to take more risk. We can also look at risk-sharing schemes, but just the fact that we can do co-financing, and we've seen that last year in Portugal, for example, with the current RRF, there were RRF subsidies associated to EIB financing that created a substantial leverage effect and allowed countries of a smaller size than Germany, France, for example, like Portugal, or a region like Flanders, to come to us with requests for financing of several hundred million euros. It was more than 700 million euros for each of those two projects, for example. I was very pleased to hear that in Emilia-Romagna there will be this project that we are looking at the moment. And he asked for confirmation. Yes, we are working full speed on it to make sure it happens.
Thank you very much, Tanguy. And I will turn to Johannes. Maybe do you want to add something on that? As Council of Europe Bank is a bank with an extremely social mission. And what can help at EU level? Does InvestEU, for instance?
Yeah, with pleasure. No, indeed. I can't stop praising InvestEU enough. It's really a tool that has opened up new types of lenders for us. To a substantial degree. Small municipal companies, private socially driven operators, for example. I'm seeing in our regular project appraisal committees, I'm seeing really impressive new small providers that otherwise without InvestEU we would not have been able to liaise with. Indeed, Tanguy mentioned this ability through InvestEU to take on more risk. And this is actually then the actual InvestEU guarantee component. And aside of that, there is the advisory hub, the InvestEU advisory hub, that indeed supports us with providing technical assistance grants. So both together really help a lot and open a space that allows us to be even more targeted where the most pressing needs are.
Thank you very much, Johannes. And indeed, so confirm that these can really be important leverages at the European level, not to be forgotten that this is all put into question at the moment. We heard from Irene Tinagli this morning, so what's the outlook for the next MFF is at the moment. It's really time to be very vocal and to be very clear about what is needed, and that the existence of such instruments is essential for this cooperation to continue, I would say. I know we hear often, especially from the EIB, that you're not policy makers but policy takers, but in this sense I hope you will be strong allies for us to ask for the continuation of all of this. And I think we have a couple of minutes left. I would ask both of you, maybe Bent, I can see you're burning with a comment or question, to have 1 minute reaction to what we've heard.
Yes, you asked my recommendations about making a kind of revolving fund. First of all, we have an immense housing crisis. So when we are using our money, there are too few money in the system. We are all aware of that. So we have to reuse it. That's why I'm always say, whenever we are sitting on the stage, Tanguy, I say revolving funds. So you have, well, in my dream world, it would be that we use the EU money as a kind of a seed capital to create revolving funds, and not looking into single projects, but we are looking into a system. And coming with the money, you could make, in my world, make the conditionalities of a revolving fund, and if the conditionalities are met, you can actually use the money, and if they are not met, you can do it in other countries. We have established, as you said, in Ireland, a kind of a revolving fund. We did it in Latvia, more in details. And when you have, you should have in these cases a kind of a seed money and to start the fund with, and you have these regulations how you can use this money and the conditions that they will repay it again. And the very important thing for me is that this money stays in the system. If I have a nightmare in the middle of the night and become sweaty, it's when we are using the money, give them to people, actually use them, actually misuse them to create a kind of profit going out of the system, and we can't afford that. That is why it's so principal for me. The money stays in the system. It's a kind of a non-profit or limited profit system, and what we are doing, we are creating systems. We are not going after many projects, and they can be very, very good, but the rest of the lives of our lives and for eternity, we could chase these projects. We have to make systems and structures which are sustainable in my world.
Thank you, Ben, for reminding also of what is the difference between our sector and other players on the market.
Yes, we stay on the market. Actually, I was just looking into my accounts. Each and every year in Little Denmark, I'm collecting more than 600 million euros for that in this system, just going on year after year after year after year. And when you're looking at the fund, the revenues, they are increasing sharply in the coming years. So we are not in need of the money, and I think it's a good news for both of you.
Tanguy, please, your minute to react to that.
Yeah, no, I wanted to react, yes, on revolving funds and the new products. From the European Investment Bank perspective, as we are a bank, we provide loans mostly. It could be junior loans, subordinated loans, but it's mostly loans. If we want to provide equity, that will be our subsidiary, the European Investment Fund, that can invest equity into fund of funds. But I think we should be a bit more subtle than that. And just like Johannes said, with the financing advice that we can get from the InvestEU hub, we should try and develop structures with possibly some debt acting as equity to reinforce this seed funding. And we've seen in other sectors, regions, for example, European regions, investing equity into a dedicated fund for SMEs, for example, and we were lending alongside this equity provision. And that has the effect of providing this leverage of equity, acting as a long-term equity because it was long-term financing. And I think now that we've created the momentum about this housing action plan, whether from the EIB, the other European banks, and the Commission, now is the time to come up with projects and pilots to try that. So be happy to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanguy. And I turn to Johannes, if you want to have a last comment, 1 minute, and then we go to the next.
Of course. Rather a question of curiosity to the Danish example. You mentioned you don't call it social housing, but you call it housing for all. Now, I do see immediately, or I can imagine immediately the plus point here. You avoid any ghettoization. You avoid any specific label that is on one particular house. But is that efficient? Don't you risk to have too many people in there that otherwise might also have opportunities while not having enough space for those in real need? How does that work in Denmark? I'm just curious to learn.
I have 1 minute.
Can you reply in 50 seconds?
I can say it very fast. First of all, I can look at the figures because I know each and every day who are living in the social housing, how much they earn. And I know their family, I know their kids, I know their grades in schools and things like that. Every data. Yes, also the sickness history, have they been hospitalized and how long? We can. Of course, respect for GDPR and things like that. But but our struggle is in fact to attract more like you and me and Tanguy and Liche to some of the housing areas. And what we're actually doing, if you move to Denmark tomorrow and you say, okay, I'm in need because I've had a job in Jutland, for instance, then we will prioritize you in the queue there because you have a job and you have income, and in this way mix these housing areas up. And if you are a person outside the labor market in big troubles, then we will allocate you mostly to areas where many people are in jobs in these areas. So it's a social engineering on a micro level. Each and every day we are doing that. So our problem is not that we have too many CEOs. Our problem is that we want to attract more CEOs to some of the areas, in fact.
Thank you very much, Bent. And I'm sure we can hear a lot more about the Danish case, but we have to give the floor to the next session. But thank you very much to our panelists, both in present and online.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna have a coffee break now. For how short? In 10 minutes, we reconvene here at 12, at the latest.
Huh? If you want already to come, yeah, you could. But I was thinking to present you. Difficult to bring you back after a coffee break. Most likely I would be also enjoying that terrace. But we have 3 very, 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 very interesting sessions, I promise. So we'll need to kick it off because, as Dara reminded yesterday, the more we delay, the more we are away from a nice lunch, and then there is a study visit that we have also organized. So I'll get going, and this session that we're having now, it was also kind of on purpose after the coffee break because I felt like we needed a bit of a boost for what is going to be maybe a little bit tough discussion because we're going to discuss how do we rebuild housing systems after massive war destructions, and also how do we actually build housing systems for emerging systems. And I would like to invite on the stage our 3 speakers who have experience in those topics. Adam Czerniak, who is Deputy President of the Polish National Real Estate Stock. Adam, welcome. Sania Jerkovic, Head of Housing Quality, Property Valuation, Public Utilities at the Ministry of Physical Planning, Construction and State Assets in Croatia. And Damaris Barajas Sanz, who is Director of Strategic Planification at Provivienda, Spain. Please find your seat. Well, this is a little bit of an unusual panel because we're combining 2 very interesting topics. So first one on Ukraine. I think it's been already more than 4 years that we have all been looking at this devastating war that is taking place on European territory. And we all must be thinking that this country one day will be rebuilt whatsoever. It will happen. The question is how? Is going public trust to be restored? Are we going to build better, resilient housing systems? And are we going to fight speculation? So I'd like to turn first to you, Sania. We tend to forget sometimes that we've had actually war at European territory. Maybe sometimes it's a good sign that we have a little bit forgotten about it, but it was not so long time ago that Croatia experienced that. And I would like to ask you, how did the state cope with such an enormous challenge at the time?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's a complex question that you made. I'll try to make it brief. As as you well said, we're all trying to forget about the war. The war in Croatia lasted for approximately 5 years, from 1990 till 1995. It was horrible, as any war is. We didn't expect it. We never believed that a war could happen to us. And we ended up with more than 15% of our building stock being completely demolished. It was around 183,000 buildings that were damaged or completely demolished during the war. The rough estimation at the time was that this war damage that it exceeded actually $37 billion at the time. And you can imagine the sum. At the time, we had the fortune that our president really trusted some of his closest, let's say, collaborators. One of them was the late engineer Radić, and he managed as an engineer to set up the whole system, because what we had to do is to think how to structure it all. We knew what had to be done. So from the state level, the state, of course, prepared all the laws, tried to get the funds. We were using mostly our funds, some loans. We had some international aid. So as the state, we were setting up the frame. We were delegating some responsibilities on the regional level and some responsibilities on the local level. The local level was also responsible for doing the mapping of the damages, making the list of priorities, because they were the ones, on the terrain in direct relation with the people, those who were left. Because the thing with the war and this renewal, is not merely a question of rebuilding. You have to make people come back. And so the trick is not only to rebuild it as it was, you have to organize the entire asset of their life in order to attract them, to make them want to come back, because many of them are traumatized also by the war, and you have to start up the whole economy and the life basically from scratch all over again. So from that point of view, yeah, I mean, it's sad to say, we became almost specialized in these kind of situations, because not to make things worse, we had also the earthquake in 2020. And then we had another one in 2021. And it was a complete disaster, And again, large parts of our country were devastated. People remained without homes. So, yeah, what we learned is that everybody has to be involved. The rules of the games must be really well structured. Basically, we learned a lot. Yeah, there's always something else that we could have done better. But I think, yeah, we're doing our best.
Yeah, so what I take from that is actually preparedness for multiple shocks that a city and a housing system can experience. And I'm turning here to Adam, because Poland has also gone through massive challenges, of course, post-war reconstruction, but also a change of system from one to the other. If you'd have to think now of the lessons learned, what countries that are in this situation, or could be, not wishing that any country, but could be in that situation in the future, what are the lessons and what they should try to avoid, Adam?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation. When I think about war, of course, I think about atrocities. I think about the horrible destruction of the structures of the buildings, but there's also the chance of reform. And this chance of reform has two perspectives. I call them the doer perspective and the planner perspective. And they are competing with each other. And the most important thing is to find a narrow path between those two extremes. What do I mean by that? The doer perspective is the here and now. So the doer perspective is concerned with financial budget, boundaries usually, how to finance the reconstruction, the time constraint, so we need to do it as fast as possible. People are willing to live somewhere. We need to reconstruct the city as fast as possible. And of course it takes into account all the things that are there in present, so the ownership rights, some problems that usually arise after a war with ownership rights. And that's the doer perspective. Do it fast, cost effective, and provide it to the people. And there's the planner perspective. The long-term perspective that treats the destruction as a change to rebuild anew, to construct it in a new way. The risk of following a doer perspective is, of course, that everything remains the same in the end. So if we do it quite fast, we have a strong path dependence. The inertia of the process is very strong, so we copy the same mistakes that we had before. But then, with the planner perspective, and this was the case of Warsaw after the Second World War, is the risk of having a social backlash, first of all, and the second one, that it lasts very long. I don't know if you have been to Warsaw, but if you have, most likely you have seen the old town in Warsaw. I must admit, it's not old. Really, Warsaw was destructed totally during the Second World War, and we rebuilt the old town from scratch, from debris, and from imported bricks from other Polish cities in the years after the Second World War, according to some paintings by Canaletto. So it's really new. It looks old, but it's new. And the reconstruction of the old city project was quite good, but then the rest of the town was rebuilt in line with modernist, social, realistic paradigms, and that's what people didn't like. A lot of old buildings from the 19th century that seemed back then as obsolete were demolished. Nowadays, we cry about it because it was beautiful old tenements in the city center that were just demolished to give way to new big roads for cars and parades and so on. That was the spirit of that time. So the planner element was very huge, but it ignored much of the heritage and also of the people's desire. Those who were responsible for the reconstruction of Warsaw were then redeemed as people acting against the society. Not many of them have their names on the streets in Warsaw. So the important lesson, the macro lesson, of the process of reconstruction is to find the way between doing it fast and with respect to the current ownership rights and will of the people, and at the very same time use this opportunity to provide something better than it was before the war.
You see, I hear some of the, if I can say, European Bauhaus principles there, I think which are kind of ingrained in the sector and the way it is now, but it's kind of a reminder that they're not just empty words of beautiful, sustainable together, but it should be in our way of planning. And I'd like to move from the construction of buildings to construction of structures, because we also need that. And Damaris, in Spain, you have been working quite hardly on the recognition of social housing providers, also to enhance this resilience. Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, our challenge is different. We don't need to rebuild or reconstruct a country. The key issue in Spain, well, it's a different challenge. The key issue is not how much housing we need to build, but if we have the right institutions and capacity to produce, manage, and preserve affordability of housing in the long term. Spain has built millions of homes in recent decades, but we didn't build a system. So we need to provide that capacity and resilience for the future. And that is precisely what we are working at Provivienda with a platform of different organizations organized around Alivas, this platform. And we proposed a law on social housing providers. In that topic, we are probably several seasons behind other countries in Europe, because in most countries you have a profound knowledge of the value of social housing providers, and that gives a balance to the system and allows for resilience in terms of crisis acts, let's say as a counter-cyclical balance. So we are proposing this law with a broad approach of what a social provider is, taking into account, foundations, associations, cooperatives, public entities, and even commercial companies that may qualify for this. And we assume social provision as acquisition, maintenance, refurbishing, but also intermediation with property owners and working with communities and with residents. So we think that this is a major challenge now in Spain. We need to build that system, which is we lack that way of having resilience in terms of crisis.
Yeah, we always say that the most important thing is to start and to have the political will, to have the local actors who have also the guts to go for it, and not just to say, oh, there are other models that have been there for a century. And I would come back to Sanja, because once you went through that massive challenge, then you also faced the challenge of affordability. There you go with another one. And there have been some recent developments in Croatia. Could you share?
Yeah, as I said, we're still finishing the renewal after the earthquakes, because we've invested 4.8 billion in just the renewal after the earthquakes. So it's like huge. But still, we didn't forget that the question of affordable housing became a huge pressure and one of the crucial themes. So that now, I can say it honestly, it's a top one priority in Croatia. And I'm glad that finally all the lights are pointed towards this question, because it's crucial. We're a small country. We were lying to ourselves that we have 4.3 million until recently, and then we ended up concluding that actually we have 3.5 million of inhabitants. So Croatia is one of the least populated countries in the European Union. So, of course, our primary interest is to keep the inhabitants and to make them stay and to welcome new comers. We would be more than happy to have them. And it is quite a challenge. And in that sense, Croatia is no different from other countries in Europe, the question of affordability. In Croatia, just as in other Eastern European countries, we share this common thing that we are home owners. We're not used to rent a house, and that's not our life dream, to be honest. And the pressure on the rental sector became huge in big cities and on coastal area, majority due to the tourism. That's why we took two approaches to affront this question. We wanted to increase the supply of affordable housing from one side, and we knew that we had to act fast, so we had to find tools how to use better the existing, because if we wait for new buildings to be built, it's like, as an engineer, I can tell you honestly, it's like 3 to 4 years. If we are all running together and we are, working together just as one. So we adopted a whole series of laws in the past year. Finally, I can say at the beginning they were all hating us. I think now they realized why we've done that. Starting from the law that regulates the maintenance of the houses and the use of the houses, and in that way we have limited the short-term stay and the tourist loan. Of course, we have the last law that, and the program that we adopted is the program on affordable housing. And we are confining, we hope that things will go for the best for the entire team of housing. We are planning to spend around 2 billion euros till 2030. We are quite sad that till now on the European level nobody is saying for certain whether we will be able to count on at least one part of the grants, and we are still waiting and hoping, but nevertheless we've decided to go on through with everything that has been agreed upon. If nothing else, we will finance it by ourselves. We've talked to different banks. We are starting our revolving funds, and most probably we will take loans, and we'll do our best.
Okay, so quite a few initiatives actually running in parallel. So we'll be looking forward to hearing in some years from now, and in the meantime also within
we
our
had a problem.
Housing Europe network on how that has been developing.
We realized that one instance we are getting fewer and fewer. From the electricity bills, we realized we have more than 600,000 apartments which are not being used. Mm-hmm. Because people were using it as a sort of a saving way of saving money, investment. And on the other hand, we realized that we are lacking more than 230,000 apartments, and we were thinking on what to do. So one way is to tax them, those who are not using the apartment, and we are doing it also for those, we are taxing also those who are leasing it to tourists. From the other hand, we are offering some tax adjuvalations to those who are putting it on the market for long-term affordable rents. And we're trying to do our best. And we offered ourselves as intermediate body, like the state. If you have an empty apartment, you can give it to the state. We will, you can rent it to us from 2 to 10 years as you wish. We will give you 60% of the money right away. And we will give you the other 40%, I think, at 70% of the period. And many people responded. Mm-hmm. It's a surprise, but many people.
You have to test to new ways.
For now, we have more than 2,000 applicants, and it's going well.
Thanks, Tanya. There have been also more developments also in Poland and in Spain that I would like to touch upon. Adam, you have also been testing out and working on the cost-based rental model, and to countries that are either building systems now or about to rebuild almost from scratch. What would you say? What path should they take and not take, maybe? And I know that we are a little bit rushing also due to the slight delay after the coffee break, so we'll need to, keep up a faster pace. Thanks.
Okay, I will try to be as fast as possible. First of all, the most important point is that, as was already underlined on the stage, increasing of supply isn't the answer. Of course, it's very important, but the thing is to increase the supply of housing smart construction, smart financing. And in this, I think the cost rental model is the smartest one. Of course, it's not the only model that can be provided. I'm always advocating for a double-tier system when it comes to affordable housing, so the municipal housing, the social housing, and then on top of it, a cost rental model. But I think the cost rental model is something that's very good both for countries like Ukraine that like to rebuild their housing stock, and also for countries like Poland that are still constructing new housing units. To give you just a number, because I'm an economist, so I love numbers. In the last 5 years, in Poland, we have constructed over 1 million new housing units. That's roughly 8% of the housing stock. And the housing affordability crisis did not elevate. It increased in the last couple of years, despite the big construction. Because what's the most important thing is to construct smart and to provide housing that are needed. So of the size that is needed, in the location where they are needed, and at the price that they are affordable. So under these three conditions, we can provide more affordable housing. And the cost rental model in this is a crucial mechanism because it combines private and public funds. So it has a lower fiscal burden for the state to provide one housing unit, but at the very same time, it allows the state to keep its control over where the houses are built and what type of houses are built very strictly per even housing investment. So that's a model that can allow people to have more houses that they afford. When we introduce it, of course, in Poland, we tried our best to introduce it perfectly, but as life usually shows, it wasn't perfect. So what I would done better and what our takeaways from our process is that the cost rental model should be transparent, first of all. So all the costs, financing mechanisms should be provided from day one and made official how the system works. Then the second thing, that it needs supervision. It cannot be just, okay, we have a bill and then now please construct. We need to supervise what's being constructed and improve the bill if it is needed. And last but not least, it's also very important to provide proper communication. What is cost rental housing? Because we did in Poland the mistake that we describe people, okay, that's a way of constructing housing that ultimately will become your own. So that after 20, 30 years, you will have a possibility to buy those houses for yourself, which wasn't that true, but some politicians did say that. So provide also very good communication of what this model is, for whom it is, and what kind of conditionality it has. So transparency, surveillance, and good communications, these are the three takeaways from Poland.
Okay, right from the outset, this is something very important. And also Spain has also been active with a new plan as well. What are the good, the bad, and ugly sides of it? Do you see those three? How do you read it?
Or at least two, the good and the bad. Yeah, we have a new state housing plan, and we think we go in the right direction. We have taken important steps. And from our perspective, there are very positive developments, and this plan corrects Spain's historic issue where we had a huge public spending without creating lasting affordable housing stock. So one of the major goods of the plan is the introduction of the permanent protection, and this is a major step for publicly funded housing. Historically, Spain lost large part of his social housing stock due to time-limited protection. So this major step for us is good news. And the plan also makes a strong commitment to expanding the supply of affordable housing with an allocation of 7 billion, and in cooperation with the autonomous regions, which will have their part as well. This is complex because we need a multi-level governance, which makes it difficult to make it successful. But there is also a mention, and very important, the participation of social and limited profit entities. And this public social collaboration for us is also the key delivery model. In this sense, we are very much aligned with this approach. We see the work in practice as well, because for example, we delivered homes with funds from the former housing plan, where we could allocate funds for acquisition of homes at very affordable prices. And as a social entity, we were a key player in the expansion of the affordable housing stock. So this becomes better in this new plan, but we still lack, and here comes the ugly or the bad. We have challenges, let's say, because the plan recognizes social actors, but we still lack that figure, that recognition and that regulatory framework that allow us to scale, to expand, and to deliver better homes as well. Second, the plan enables acquisition and collaboration, but doesn't guarantee scale without that framework of governance as well. We have a fragmented reality where we need to, the different regions will have different priorities. And then we need financing. We have instruments for finance, but we lack a specialized housing finance agency like all the countries do, that allows us this escalation in being safe for social entities. We have been channeling, for example, funds from investment fund in Spain, social impact fund, and also CEB funds. But most of these funds are designed for large investment vehicles, and that is a challenge for social entities. So we need a framework that allows us to operate in the market as we are already doing, and it does work, but we need a structure and that protection, and that links with that recognition in a Social Providers Act.
Thank you very much, Damaris. One of my last questions was, if we had to look at 2030, how could we withstand shocks? But I think I kind of grasped from your answers that we need recognition, solid systems, we need transparency and good communication, we need the will of the government, but the will also of housing providers.
And you have to do your homework all the time. Because what we realized, for example, I was running the city office for town planning in the capital city. And many of my colleagues from other offices thought that what we are doing as planners was, in a way, not necessary. Because they saw our urban plans as the most expensive color book that we were playing with. And but basically what we were doing analysis, we were doing databases and everything, and thanks to all of that, when the first and the second earthquake occurred, we had all the data, everything. All the engineers that volunteered in the first 2 days, we made an app that enabled them to go out and to trace all the damages in real time. And we had the accurate database in real time of the estimation of damage. And these kind of things are, they're priceless, when you have them.
Thank you very much, Sani. So know what you're dealing with. And just to be fair, also maybe just very few words on what do you think are the main ingredients if we have to withstand big shocks? And not just war, but we're seeing flooding, earthquakes, climate disasters, which are going to be maybe more common in the future. So just with really very few words, what would you like to stress in the end?
Well, first and foremost, we need to move from housing as a market commodity to housing as a permanent social infrastructure as a basis. And for that, we need a framework of finance, a solid framework that allows us, well, a future of escalation and sustainability. We probably have relied too much on the market to provide or to deliver social homes, but the market is good as to allocate resources, but not rights. So we need that view. We need a Europe that supports an ecosystem of a new generation of social housing providers prepared for the future and prepared for the 2029.
I'm very in favor of the approach institutions first. So if we have to write institutions, I told before, transparency, but also the procedures, evidence-based to run those procedures, then we are fine and then we are prepared for the shocks. Exactly as Sanja said on a city example, the very same applies to different kind of shocks. If you have to write institutions, if you have to write procedures, if you have the data that can help you quickly provide an answer for any question, then you are in a safe place.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a great panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you to the panelists. So I'll ask the panelists for the next session to come up, if we can get the slide. But in any case, I welcome Donal McManus from the Irish Council for Social Housing. Donal, please take your seat. Yes, here we go. Bernd Riesland from GBV in Austria, José Teles, who's joining us from Socio Civic in Catalonia, and Ana Isabel, who's joining us from Alvesa, the National Federation in Spain. Please. So we're going to go quick on this one. We're going to be very dynamic because, remember, you're keeping people from their lunch. So we have to be very, very quick. But Bernd, you're like the grandfather in this conversation, I think, because we're talking about policy transfer, but quite particularly about policy transfer of cost rental housing. We already heard about this topic in the last session from Adam, for example. But Austria has a very, very long history of cost rental housing, many, many decades. You have one of the most mature cost rental models in Europe. And of course, we're all very envious of the so-called Vienna model or the Austrian housing model. But in your own words, and I know it's a challenge, but can you be brief? What are the actual key fundamental building blocks, the key fundamental pillars of cost rental housing in the Austrian context?
Thank you for the possibility here, but first I have to say in the last two panels, I think everything was summarized. And what we can look in, it was really great from the financing side and from the development side to hear all this. And Austria is an example, except for the earthquake in Croatia, we had all the problems which were shown here. And what was the basis that we continues were in this in a line which is rather positive. We have political discussions from deregulation to regulation, that's all happening, but this is interesting discussions aside of reality. In reality, we had a consensus, a general political consensus in Austria since Second World War to invest in the stock, now in energy before disaster after a war, invest in new construction, and with how to do this, to have an equilibrium between ownership and rent in a market way and rent in another market way. The concept of housing for all, like in Denmark, this is the same in Austria. We think in housing for all, and the sector which I'm representing from my professional life is in competition with the whole market. There is no segregation between affordable and social, and we don't understand these words. And I think there are some others who don't understand because it's not so easy to have. But why was the behavior stable? What are the basic to be stable? And in fact, there are two basic elements for the stability. One is, we were talking about governance and all this. The Austrian subsidy system was based on, they behave like a bank. The Austrian public sector behaves like a bank. He makes an offer, and this offer has all the regulations from governance to cost rental to revolving fund. And this is not something told somewhere. You can read it in a text, and if you follow these rules, you are in the game, and if you don't, you are out of the game. And on the other hand, we managed after the Second World War to create a sector of 180 companies, created by industry, by public sector, by unions, by the church, from different sectors, many cooperatives as well. 50% of these companies are cooperatives, but all are under the same conditions which are in the offer of the public sector. And thus we have a stock, and looking at the equilibrium, we have a stock of more than 20% are out of this, under these regulations, out of the constructions of the last 50 years. And in yearly production, we are around a third of new construction is coming out under these conditions, and again is helping to regulate the whole, or to influence, not regulate, to influence the whole market, so that the rental situation of the so-called free market, we are as well a free market, is reduced because our offer is a bit lower and you have the choice. And this is one element. And the second element, which is always mixed up, and this is a confusion with social and affordable and market and so on, that the public sector has instruments to households that don't succeed entering the limited profit sector. There is a social aid directed to the household. And this separation of the social side and of intervening in the market is the most effective, and we have economic analysis like that. And well, if there is time, the question is, or if it's in the next round, what to learn by the Commission of their offer, because our system, if I read right, is not allowed in the SGIs we have just now, but we are promoted as one of the best systems in Europe. These are uncertainties which are unacceptable, but I think there is a second round, perhaps, for the offer.
We'll see. So, I mean, again, if we think of cost rental housing, Austria is a case of a mature system. They have nice revolving funds, they have unencumbered assets, and that gives you this nice virtuous financing cycle. We have some new kids on the block, including in Ireland. So when Ireland was developing its own cost rental model, which was quite new, it's only since 2021, they were really looking to countries like Austria to see how is it working there. So there was a deliberate attempt to transfer the policy from one member state to another member state. So Donald, since 2021, 5 years, not a long time, how is that attempted policy transfer actually going in Ireland? And maybe in 50 years' time, we'll be here talking about the Dublin model of housing as opposed to the Vienna model of housing.
Okay. Thanks, Dara, and thanks for Bernd's Nirvana in terms of the housing delivery. You just explain here the background briefly that we have a dualist housing system. We have an income-based rental system, and we have a market basically rental system. So we don't have that history that you have with personal subsidies. We tended to focus more on capital subsidies, and that really created problems over many years when there were multiple crashes and economic downturns. The capital had been reduced. So that's one of the motivations as well, looking at a new type of financial model. But initially, cost rent in Ireland over a decade ago was discussed more as an instrument for social housing, not for a new tenure. So just to be clear, in Ireland, cost rental at the moment is a new intermediate tenure, okay? And that's different from other countries. You have Austria, you have the Netherlands, you have Denmark. We have a recovery cost rental structure in place, which has subsidy-based, personal income subsidy-based system. So it is quite different, and sometimes various researchers don't make it explicit enough. This is a new tenure within Ireland. And some of the new motivations for cost rental were because of real affordability problems in the private landlord sector, things like evictions, lack of security of tenure. So this was a bit huge political pressure. So this new cost rental has evolved. Just as our sector, the HB sector, we provide about 75,000 homes, right, about 7,000 homes a year, which for a small country in Ireland of 5 million people is a lot of social and affordable housing. So our sector rebounded quickly after the last crash in 2016. We probably had as was mentioned yesterday on the word thing about we had a track record. We had sort of enthusiasm, expertise to be able to deliver this new cost rental tenure. So in terms of transfer, that's one similar transfer from Austria, your limited profit companies and the non-profit HBs in Ireland, who've taken up the mantle on that. Obviously, the mixed financing within the Austrian system is new to us as well. Loan finance and soft loans as well. We put that in place. And sometimes that's where the sort of comparators kind of bend. And we don't have state land so much for cost rental housing. We use a lot of the private sector land to front load and fast track some of the cost rental schemes. Who are we talking about? Well, we're talking about the income deciles. In Ireland, with the dualist system, social housing is usually between 1 and 4 of the income deciles. Cost rental is usually between 4 and 8 of income deciles. So that's the target group. Socioeconomic profiles, even taxi drivers, people working in healthcare. There's a wider profile. So we're trying to capture that market as well. I think in terms of our overall program, we're delivering a lot of social housing. And obviously we don't have the resources to put a lot of individual capital at the moment, because you're building 5,000 or 6,000 social rented homes per year, and then you're trying to build cost rental as well for this other tenure. So you've had the history of the last 80 years with cost rent. You've built revolving funds, and obviously we want to get that place. We have quite a lot of capital locked up in our social housing program and cost rental program that could be better deployed. But I think it's a very popular tenure in Ireland. It's fairly oversubscribed. We have only a few HBs associations using that at the moment. We have one major housing provider. So the ground conditions for cost rent were strong 4 or 5 years ago, because support from government, finance companies, and from some housing associations as well. And also to achieve wider goals like mixed tenure. Mixed tenure was achieved through social and cost rental in schemes. So we've learned a lot in the last 5 years. We're not at the nirvana stage yet with Austria, but certainly as limited non-profit companies, we've developed a lot of expertise. But obviously there's changes. Obviously the market conditions change. Our cost rental is linked to the market. Okay, so you have cost rent should be at least 25% of the rental market, which is an issue in itself. So look, that's kind of the policy transfer. Been some, all of the things need to do more on. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you. I will say that you can pass to Jose. I will say that for context, Housing Europe, we previously wrote a report a few years ago where we compared the Austrian, Finnish and Danish approaches to cost rental, and we're currently actually just started in the last few weeks. A new report is looking at the new emerging cost rental in Ireland, but also in Catalonia, we'll hear from a second, in Poland and in Czechia. So you can look forward to that hopefully in the coming months, and that'll give you some more information about what Donald was saying. But indeed, another so-called new kid on the block is in Catalonia. We're talking with Sostra Civics, but you have a different approach again. So can you give us a sense, your approach to, let's say, cost rental is actually a hybrid model, because you're mixing cost rental, you're mixing cooperative housing and some other elements. So you took bits and pieces from many different existing regimes and added something new indeed as well. So when you were working with Sostra Civic to develop your concept of, let's say, cost rental housing, which other regimes specifically were you looking to, and how did you make up the whole mix to give the current approach for Sociocivic?
Okay, thank you for your invitation. When you say we don't have a very long history, no, because the cooperative housing model in ready to use in Catalonia or Spain is starting to scaling up the last 7-9 years, more or less. And in the beginnings, our main inspiration was the Danish model, no, the Andel cooperative model, no, because we discovered there a different way of providing affordable housing. We saw a system based on collective ownership, democratic governance, and long-term affordability. And for us, is very important, no? Because perhaps you know, no, the problem in Spain is the housing policy historically has mainly focused on home ownership. As a result, many people think there are only two options: buying or renting. So we trying to make another different way, more similar to rent, but permanently affordable, and based in self-managed by the people, no? by the tenants, in this case by the cooperative members, no. And another is important to say, far away Europe, no. Another good inspiration for us is the cooperative housing model in Uruguay, in South America, because their model increases for the public support mainly, public land, public funds, and technical support too, from the ministry, the central government in Uruguay, no? And that is important because all of these models, the costs are non-profit based. Our way to say cost rental, no, non-profit. And so that means where the loans are paid back, any profits can be used to develop new housing projects. This helps us create more affordable units over the time, in long term, without depending only on public support, grants or loans. This is, for us, one of the main advantages of the cost rental, cooperative and non-profit model compared or the private developers.
Okay, short and to the point. Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, we're moving to AVS, so Sociocivic is based in Catalonia. As I said, it's quite a new organization, but AVS is covering all of Spain. It's a very, very long-established entity, but you're primarily working, let's say, with public housing providers, municipal housing providers, who are, I'm sure, observing what's happening in Catalonia with quite a lot of interest, but the session originally was about policy transfer. How can we take good practices from other parts of Europe, be inspired by them, adapt them, and put them into our context? So in Spain overall, when you look at cost rental, how ready is Spain for a broader rollout of cost rental? What do you see as being maybe some of the challenges or barriers to this kind of approach from AVS members?
Okay, thank you. Hello. Having listened to the experiences from Austria, Ireland, and Sociocivic from the Gestors d'Habitatge de Catalunya, we believe the key question is not whether these models are attractive, because they clearly are, but whether the condition insists to scale them up in different national contexts. From the perspective of AVS and Spanish public housing providers, cost rental is certainly an interesting reference. We see value in many of its principles: long-term affordability, professional management, the retention of housing within the affordable stock, and the creation of a stable alternative between social housing and the private market. The challenge in Spain is not so much the concept itself, but the conditions required to make it work at a scale. The first barrier is access to long-term financing. coast rental models require patient capital and financing structures that can support affordability over several decades. The second challenge is land availability. Public land remains one of the most important tools for delivering affordable housing. But in many areas, the amount of available land is limited and competition for its use is intense. Third, public housing providers face budgetary constraints. In Spain, fiscal rules, such as the spending rule, can limit public investment, even when local authorities or public entities have available resources or budget surpluses. In practice, public providers often need not only funding, but also the effective capacity to invest it. Finally, we need a stronger regulatory and financial framework that provides certainty for long-term investment. This includes recognizing affordable housing as a strategic infrastructure and extending its treatment as a service of general economic interest. For these reasons, we not believe that Spain should simply copy the Austrian or Irish model or Austrian civic model. Every housing system has its own institutional and financial reality. However, we do believe that Spain can learn from this experience and adapt some of their key principles. The real objective is not to replicate a model, but to create the conditions for a permanent, affordable, financial, sustainable housing sector. Ultimately, the question is not whether we call it social housing, affordable housing, or coast rental. The real question is how we ensure that the homes we build today remain affordable 20 or 30 years from now. Thank you.
Yes, so our time is gone, but I think we can be very, very, very brief because Isabel said something very interesting. The challenges are finance, land capacity, and a strong regulatory framework. They're the key building blocks, I think, Bernd, to a degree, of probably the Austrian approach as well. So I'm going to come back up the line very quickly, 30 seconds, no more. Maybe pick one of those challenges, finance, land, capacity, or regulation. Very, very brief. You pick one that speaks to you and maybe say some advice for our colleagues in AVEASA.
Thank you. What I think is important as politics, and we are addressing the EU Commission very often, change from having some programs and we don't know exactly we have to negotiate afterwards what is happening, make it like we did in Austria, make a clear offer with clear conditionalities regarding revolving funds, regarding governance, and regarding reasonable profit and not more, and financing only, we said yesterday, built to stay and not built to leave. So that you go to units which have the long perspective and they have to have it. It has to be secured. And the difference is, on the other hand, you have the national field in politics, and in the national field you can you discuss about the rent limits, the land prices that can't come from the EU, and building cost question, interest rate in Austria. It's written the maximum interest rate by the bank, and the duration of the loan by the bank is written in the offer of the Austrian subsidy system. And if you meet these conditions of from the Commission regarding revolving fund and so on, as said, then it should be clear that you have no problems with state aid and that you have no problems with national debt. if you are private or public, it should be clear if you meet these conditions, then you are out of these problems. This is the main important thing.
To Jose, so maybe rather than focus on the challenges, something else. You started new, you were really grassroots campaign. Can you give us, please, one or two sentences of inspiration? How do people begin, and how do they follow in the kind of community-led footsteps that you've set for us? So, give us some inspiring words.
I don't know. It's very, very challenging in English too. But our message coming here in this meeting yesterday and today is because we are very worried about the European Affordable Housing Plan, because now we are in discussion with the Barcelona City Council, for instance, no? Because this discourse that we need more housing, it doesn't matter who is the provider. We need more housing, more housing, more housing. For us, it's very dangerous because now we have a great opportunity for increase not only public housing, no, by public providers or social rental, no, by non-profit organizations, housing associations, but we have a very opportunity to help the community-led housing. That is a model that they are encouraging a lot of in the south of Europe, not only in the central or north of Europe, no, and so we don't have to lose this train. For us, it's very important, the big opportunity that we have now.
Thank you very much. I give the final word to Donal. So again, imagine you're talking to somebody from another country, they're thinking about implementing a new cost rental system, someone who's early stage, as briefly as possible, what is the key bit of advice you would give to a country following on the Irish path?
I think they need to be clear on what their target group is going to be. I think it was interesting this morning, like there's two speeds here. There's a fast lane, a la Austria, and then the slower lane with new emerging, whether it's Ireland, Spain, Hungary, or Czechia, And I was interested this morning what Bent mentioned about give support for emerging capacity building for new countries like recovery or revolving funds. And I think that's at a European level, that could sort of kickstart some new emerging countries. And I think that's a big thing that wouldn't stretch over European competencies, but I think it will really help for emerging countries to have this support for revolving funds. So I think long term, I think the revolving fund is going to be a key mechanism to operationally be able to deliver this. So for new countries and for the Commission, I think the Commission have a role here in trying to support a functioning housing market in the European Union. And if cost rent is going to be the nirvana, and if we had matrix of all the key elements to that, I think the revolving fund is a central part of that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So indeed, I think the key thing, what we know from Austria, we know from other countries, that cost rental is not a quick fix. Cost rental is about long-term vision, long-term planning. It's not necessarily a silver bullet, but it's important to start, because that's the only way we can reach a brighter future. So thank you very, very much. We're now going to our final panel. So I hand back over to my colleague, Alice Pettini. Oh no, Diana Gordonova, my apologies.
All right, so we're coming to the end, but I think it's a very logical wrap-up with this final session. So I would like to invite on the floor Daniel Ryszawka. Hi, Matthew. Hello, nice to see you. Matthew Baldwin, Chair of the Housing Task Force, joining us online, and Jouni Parkkonen, who is the CEO of the Association for the Promotion of Affordable Rental Housing in Finland, which we usually call just KOVA, but I realize that the full wording is quite long. Well, I wish I could have had some sort of a counter and to count the word long-term. I think this is the wish of everybody, and we called this panel the politics of housing attention and how a European affordable housing plan can sustain focus. I think it's very self-telling. So as we are kind of tight with the time, I would go directly to Yoni, because Yoni, you have been focusing and mentioning a couple of times that there is the danger of polarization and how actually having political consensus is extremely important if you want to rely on a good housing system. And we have seen in the case of Finland that there is not an unbreakable housing system, even someone might think so. What do you mean by that, especially on the part of polarization?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I will begin with the political polarization. Unfortunately, we have seen quite strong polarization entering the political landscape, both on national level, but also on European Union level. And that has happened also in the case of Finland as well, over the past 10 years especially. I think that politics should be about managing shared affairs and to find solutions to problems, and it shouldn't be a constant swing to the left or to the right after elections. In many ways, Finland has been in a quite special position since we have had almost 50 years now coalition governments continuously, and this has meant that different parties have reformed the government together and have taken responsibility. However, we are facing some challenges here regarding this issue also in Finland at the moment. We are hearing stronger statements that certain parties don't want to play with some other parties in a government, and if this thinking like that becomes more widespread, it will make it harder, at least in the Finnish case, to form majority governments and rule the country. So, in my view, lead to the more rigid politics blocks, both or the left and the right. That would be the outcome if this continues. And I think that in such cases, much is lost, and it also means that the policies implemented may shift significantly after the government terms to the next. And for us working within housing, at least in Finland, we have a saying that our quarter is 25 years, not 3 months. And from that perspective, this is because the maintaining and developing housing stock is a long-term job. And continuity is not about resisting the change. It's about protecting the systems that allow long-term investments, predictable development, and secure home for people.
Thank you very much, Joni. And hi, Matthew. Before I come to you, I wanted to tell you we also had another panel with our Slovenian member from the Slovenian Fund, Črtomir Remić, who also made me think of the panel that we were going to have, of this kind of political shift, political swap from that happens almost overnight. And you can have the ambition and you'll continue working hard for it, but this inevitably really changes the game. So I think there is also, I would say, a little bit of expectation also from the EU now that this momentum has really built. We have never seen at European level so much attention to affordable housing. How do you think that we could ensure that affordable housing remains, not just for the next mandate, but for the many years to come?
Hi, Diana. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry I'm not with you in lovely Trieste today, but it's nice to be able to join you virtually. It's a very good question indeed. We were focused very hard last year on delivering the plan. And I think now the goal, as we start to roll out the implementation of the plan, I'll try to say a bit about the different aspects as we go through the panel, it is exactly that. How do we sustain it? How do we keep this precious momentum that we've put on the table? Let me give you a short list of things I've just scribbled down as ways we're trying to do that. First, by not just talking about subsidiarity and respecting subsidiarity, but actually doing that in practice. It's really our guide stone. I think the moment that the Commission is seen, or the EU is seen as what I call the long wagging finger, telling member states or social housing providers what to do and pretending we have the answers, we will have failed. And I think so far, but you tell me if I'm wrong, the reaction we've had is that we've managed to respect subsidiarity in what we've said, and we're trying to do that in what we're doing. And in a curious way, by doing so in an effective way, we're giving housing ministries, social housing providers, agency to say, look, everyone's talking about this now in Europe. We've got to keep up that momentum and keep going. So I think this is the first thing. Secondly, then to keep it practical in the ways that we're assisting member states and assisting social housing providers. Again, I think the most effective way we'll be able to do that in the long term is by establishing what the best practices are. I enjoyed the previous discussion you had on cost rental, and then really disseminating those practices. Again, not telling people that's what you've got to do. Everyone's circumstances are different in this crazily diverse and fragmented housing market we have in Europe, but enabling that to happen. Thirdly, inside the Commission and inside the EU bubble, as the Housing Task Force, being your best point of contact, but not trying to manage everything ourselves. There will be many other colleagues just from the things that Joni talked about, and you talked about in the previous panel, who've got the expertise. We are your guiding stone, if you like. Of course, the Housing Europe team in Brussels is extremely expert at that, but we are your friend at the European Court, if I could put it that way. Fourthly, let's keep badgering our politicians that this is important. A lot of them are willing to talk about social affordable housing as priorities, but let's keep their noses to the grindstone. And that's our job at the European level, the national level, the local level. I see positive signs. I see lots of letters written by housing ministers and political leaders saying that this is the priority. We had the first housing informal ministerial in Cyprus, wonderful event hosted by our Cyprus presidency. Great that Housing Europe was there speaking up so well. We didn't have that many housing ministers present. We've got to keep the pressure on these guys to keep it going. And I hope very much we'll have the summit in the second half of this year, which will do that at the highest political level. And then last but not least, all of this fantastic momentum won't mean anything if we're not successful on generating funding and finance. Just very quickly, some figures. We've mobilized more than 40 billion for affordable and social housing under the current multi-annual financial framework. We've managed to up that in 2025 by reprogramming cohesion funds by about an additional 3 billion, but we just got to keep going. We know the next MFF is coming. We are trying to unlock as much support through that process as possible. And more generally through the Pan-European Investment Plan, we're trying to unlock the potential for what I call patient private investors in support of the goals. And I won't go into all the detail, but everything we're doing in terms of the digital portal, the call for experts, which will shortly come out, and last but not least, national hubs. So we've got to use all things at our disposal to really try to keep this precious momentum up.
So I hear a lot of parts of the jigsaw puzzle, because housing can be so complex if you want to really get it right. And I'll turn here to Daniel, because in Czechia, you have been doing a big effort to strengthen cooperation. And how should that be done? And who should be around the table, Daniel, to ensure that we really advance and we keep that momentum that we are talking about?
Thank you, Diana. And I send my greetings to Brussels. And I have to say positive things regarding the European Commission. I was a bit critical. It was in Milano, saying about RRF, how hard is it to work with. And I have to say, speaking about the Czech Republic and the affordable rental scheme that we set up, about 300 million, it was also thanks to these RRF, the milestones, and the money is tied to some requirement, the milestones that you have to require. It was the fact that even if the government changes, you have to finish the program and you have to get the financing. If not, there will be some some penalties. So I think that was a very positive moment, and it's something that even though it's still not easy to work with RRF, that was a very positive, it played a very, very positive role. Regarding the Czech Republic and the actors, we have like 6,500 municipalities, and unfortunately we don't have the system like most of the countries in housing group has. That means limited profit housing companies. And in our country, it's those are the municipalities who provide the affordable and social housing, and we finance them. So it means it's more complicated to get around the table, not only the representatives of the municipalities, but Ministry of Region responsible for housing, Ministry of Finance. So what we lack at the moment is not only cooperation, that's a quality, but we need a system, a framework. That's what we have to set up in order that it could work and overcome as well the period of government changes. And thirdly, after EU and national, what we do need are the right tools. And here I would start with tools that describe the situation ex ante, because if I go to the Minister of Finance to say, okay, how we could set up the system, and she would tell me, okay, but we have budgetary restrictions, so how we can do it off balance? And then I have to bring a clear document, clear manual to say we can do it like if we meet the requirements, if we fulfill those needs, if we fulfill those requirements, we will have the financing of balance sheet. That's really important, and I think if we have those three things, that's how we can overcome the changes through the political life cycles.
That's really a crucial point that has been coming across from quite a few members, and I really hope that Matthew is connected to hear those few points. Oh, there you are, Matthew. I was just looking at Ivo and Federico, who are doing some sort of magic there upstairs. But maybe I'll just turn to you, Joni, because I think that Finland has been having quite similar doubts, maybe not on the system, because you've really been establishing it since the 40s, but maybe more on the second part. Would you like to add something more to that from a Finnish perspective?
Well, indeed, we have had a long tradition since the World War II to providing affordable and social housing in Finland. And actually today, every third home is built somehow with the state support in Finland, and that's quite a big number. But part of that stock is for owner-occupied housing as well. So not only social and affordable housing. Well, perhaps on the continuity, I would say that that Finland has that has also meant that the entire public sector has been involved. So not only the central government but also the municipalities. The state has been responsible for the legislation and the overall framework and the different kind of schemes that we have had and are having. But the municipalities, together with the housing providers and the companies, they have implemented the housing policy locally and do the hard work. And I believe that this cooperation has enabled significant achievement, and this same model has also applies, for example, reducing the homelessness, which we have succeeded quite well. But unfortunately, in the past couple of years, we have had more people without homes because, for example, of the cuts to the social security. But however, even though I'm speaking about the continuity, I must acknowledge that in the past 3 years that we are having Finland, this government, the current government, they have made irreversible changes to our system, and let's say they made like a 180-degree shift in the housing policy that we have had earlier. And even though that we have had various established and matured structures in Finland, this government has been still able to change the system. And as I mentioned yesterday, due to the ideological reasons. And when those structures are once changed, it's unfortunately impossible to restore everything back, and that's the difficult part in our case, for example. And one of the biggest mistakes, in my opinion, that this current government has done in Finland is that the state housing fund, which was operating outside the state budget, it was merged to the state budget in the beginning of this year, and as I mentioned, this was very unfortunate decision for the future of our system.
This is really incredible for us to hear, because 4 years ago we were together with 1,500 people in Helsinki for a week for the International Social Housing Festival, being incredibly proud of everything that you've achieved, and now things are shaken up. Matthew, it's amazing that for about 15 minutes we haven't mentioned the P word, the plan, but you have quite a few, many actually, public, cooperative and social housing providers in the room from all across Europe, and they have all read it, I'm sure, and they want to hear, I would say, from you, what is tangible in it from them?
Well, I shall do a test to see who knows it best.
Page 7.
Page 7. What's on page 7? No, look, I think there's a lot in there. For the few of you who don't know it very well, we tried to organize around 4 pillars. We have 10 actions and indeed 34 sub-actions, and I shall not describe them all to you today, not least because we're not going to get everything done in 2026 or even 2027. Go back to the previous question you asked, Diana. I think we need to think about this in a sustained way. We need to develop a body of work that goes on at the European level, again, with the focus on adding European value, not supplanting work you're doing, supporting the work that you're doing. Let me just pick out a few things which are high priority issues we're looking at now. The first thing I would flag is something which is basically now done at our level, and that's to really try to bring up housing in the European semester process. This is a commission-wide exercise where we look at all the different areas where reform is needed. Housing in the past has popped up from time to time, but it's never been really systematically addressed. And the proposals the Commission has now made for this year's European semester, the country-specific recommendations, we're very pleased that we're focused on things like the provision of social and affordable housing, whether that relates to planning and permitting, land use, looking also at the issues around cities under housing stress, focusing on young people. And you will now see dedicated housing annexes for each country attached to the country reports of that. So I hope that will be an additional tool we can continue to develop in coming years. Secondly, and I know this is an issue which has affected many of you, we're looking through the proposed Affordable Housing Act at the issues around housing stress in big cities and touristic areas, addressing particularly, but not just, how cities regulate short-term rentals where they're competing with long-term housing use. So we are planning to come forward with a framework to enable public authorities to identify stressed housing areas and clarify what targeted and proportionate actions are best taken to help manage short-term rentals, to protect and promote affordable housing in these areas, and also looking at ways at pushing on the supply side, again with a focus on social and affordable housing, so that we address the supply-demand imbalance in cities and stressed housing areas with both sides of that. Next thing I just wanted to flag is our simplification package. I stress not deregulation, not trying to undermine social and environmental norms, but this year focusing on a comprehensive mapping of what happens at the EU level. Are there things that are inadvertently impeding on the additional supply of housing? And I'm not just talking about new construction, but different ways of bringing in additional housing into the housing stock, and looking then at the combined impact of these measures on housing supply and affordability. I also hope this will trigger, and we saw this a bit in Cyprus, a focus in member states and in cities and regions at their own national, regional, and local planning, zoning, permitting rules, building codes, how we can make additional administrative capacity available through digitalization. All of these things need a joined up effort. Again, not just what we do at the European level, but looking in a really joined up way, I think, across the whole European Union. Linked to that, of course, is the European Strategy for Housing Construction. We will see coming up the Construction Services Act, a skills portability initiative. We need to really help competent authorities address skills gaps through a whole variety of different issues. And last but not least, looking at EU funding again as a fundamental thing. Really, I hope you can expect to see the Pan-European Investment Plan take form in a practical and usable way that you can draw on in the coming months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Specifically on the semester, it has been a long time demand from Housing Europe and from the sector to send more signals than just the market pressure and the numbers, but also look deeper than that. And at the same time, I'll turn to Daniel, because you have also now we see a revival, let's say, of cooperatives. You're hearing what is coming from the European level, Daniel, but do you think this is kind of a new emerging, well, it's not new, but it's re-emerging model also in Central and Eastern Europe, the co-ops, and how could you think, better supported also from the EU level?
Well, I think it should not be nostalgia, but an additional model. In Czech Republic, we experienced that in since 60s, and with very good experience. But after the revolution, the system collapsed. So now it's a parallel or alternative to cost rental system scheme, and you have to take into consideration that there is 80% of ownership in the Czech Republic. So that's something that also cover the gap on demand on the market. That's what I would say. It's essential, but will not per se resolve the problem. So it's some additional instrument, and of course, still it will be a clarification of the financing if we, for example, would try to consider the cooperatives as limited profit companies, that in order we could support the cities, municipalities to create such a cooperative, so be members.
And Yoni, just a little bit similar question to you. You already shared your struggles at national level, but is there anything, a barrier that could be overcome at European level that could support you in Finland?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, first of all, I would say that different EU-level actions should be aligned with each other. So, frankly, I must say, with all respect, Matthew, but sometimes it feels that the other hand of the European Union doesn't know what the other hand is doing. And, for example, we have this affordable housing plan now, and we have had a lot of discussion about the classification today and yesterday and in the past as well. So I think that they should be aligned and not against each other. So in order to have a coherent future also within the EU, and but what is actually clear, which has been mentioned during these 2 days very many times, is that stable, long maturity financing models are needed, both on national level and on EU level. So without the reliable financing structures, we cannot do our jobs.
Long term again, and Matthew, turning to you in case you'd like to respond to that, but also yesterday we mentioned once again that the European Housing Alliance is picking up. There will be the first meeting on the 19th of June. And here you have, I would say, very good partners for that. What would you like to tell them, and how do you think they could be giving their best knowledge, and how could be they really supportive, helping you to advance the affordable housing agenda?
I'd love to address that, and thank you for giving me the chance to advertise our big meeting coming up on the 19th. Let me quickly respond just to the points made both by Daniel and by Uni. Very interesting points. I probably should have mentioned the issues around, they're too often called alternative support models, whether it's housing co-ops or the community land trust or student co-ops. I think these offer a huge potential across the European Union, and particularly in places where we haven't seen much of them, Daniel, as you say, in recent years to the east and to the south of Europe. And we very much welcome, we're always welcoming new players into this game, and the European Collaborative Housing Alliance has been set up to actually try to draw attention to all these different possibilities. And I'm particularly alive to those, and I'm very glad that they were also present in Cyprus to talk about these new issues. So absolutely agree there. And look, let me be upfront, Uni. I mean, the Commission has many hands, so I would very much agree that there are risks that this hand doesn't necessarily know this one or all the others are doing at any one time. But on this issue, we are joined up, and we mentioned it in the plan. We recognise the issues and concerns that about debt and how this is starting to impede you. I regret to tell you there isn't a magic wand. I wish there was, that we could kind of say, right, here's the answer. We will now declassify all of your investments as debt in the sense of the fiscal rules that apply. We are hard at work discussing with Eurostat, with member state statistical agencies, and our colleagues in DG ECFIN are working on providing the guidance that we promised in the plan to try to help make that clearer for member states. There are some complicated issues relating to the governance of how boards operate and whether they're deemed government or non-government. Hopefully what this will produce, this guidance, is both more clarity, but also some guidance as to how to design your social and affordable housing financing schemes in the most effective way to avoid that in the future. I think that is the best long-term path to go down, but we're working very hard on this in quite a coordinated way across the Commission. Quickly, Diana, on the Housing Alliance, it's another new idea that we've like to bring on the table again to support the subsidiarity focus that we bring. It's the best way to bring together all the different thematic discussions that will be needed under the plan, whether it's on youth issues or student protection, tenant protection, financing, looking at homelessness in different ways. It will be a very diverse body. If you haven't yet registered for the Housing Alliance, you still can. I think Edith has posted in the chat, and we'll make sure that link is available to all of you. And please join this. It's going to be a forum. We're still open to ideas as to how we make it work in practice. For example, I would love to have an annual gathering, probably online, of all the different people involved in the Housing Alliance. It can be a very effective pressure group for housing across all European policies. Yeah, that's my basic message, because I know time is running short. But hopefully this will also be a great means of generating at the technical level and at the official level, involving cities and regions and stakeholders, the best practices and the learnings that we need to disseminate across the EU. I'm really excited about it. Some people say, how do I apply to be a member? It's very easy. Everyone can join. We're not going to be fishing people out. There will be no uniform, no badge, and no entrance fee.
Yeah, one platform for this alliance to meet also in person could be the International Social Housing Festival. Little product placement.
Let's do that.
And then just in really 30 seconds, because we'll need to wrap up, there is a delicious lunch that is waiting for everybody. And digital lunch as well. Let's say we look at 20, 30, 40 years from now, Daniel, then Yoni, and then Matthew. What would success look like for your organization and your country or the EU, looking at the European Affordable Housing Plan?
Mm-hmm. Just quickly, I think the money, we are looking forward to having housing as a major issue within the Cohesion 28 Plus, where the money are coming. So if, as a follow-up of the RRF, we link the money to some investment plan, concrete milestones, but also tell to the state, if you require the milestones, what you will have as an offer from the Commission side regarding the financing and the rules. That it's clear set up a framework. That's something that we would really appreciate.
Something concrete. Joni?
Yes, very briefly. I think that we have succeeded in delivering more affordable homes. I believe that is our main task in order to build stable societies. And of course, I need to remind that in 2030 we have a next commission already in power, and I'm quite confident that the importance and the meaning of housing on the EU agenda will continue to grow from where we are now.
And Matthew, the EU's KPIs, what are they?
Well, I'll have both of those. Daniel's and Joni's contributions are spot on. I sometimes inappropriately like to tease my commissioner by saying your challenge is not just to be the first housing commissioner, to avoid being the last. We need to develop a body of work which is carried forward. A horrible word, we need to mainstream housing as a key policy issue within the European Union, not again because we want to get competence but to make sure that it is properly valued and supported across the European Union as a key part of our social infrastructure. So, I mean, I know we're new to this game. It's a privilege to be working with Housing Europe and all of your members on all of these issues. We've so much learned from you. We've so much more to learn, but we want to support you in your efforts to bring this to the top table.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much also to the panel. And now our Secretary General, Sorka Edwards, will say a few final words. And she's wrapping something. Right. Oh la la. I can help. I can help. Santa is coming. All right.
We've been busy with shopping. So I think it's really been an intensive day. I think Housing Europe has a clear theory of change. We talked about nirvana today, but unfortunately for too many people, their personal housing situation is actually a dystopia. And 1 million people homeless on the street, hidden homelessness, families living in a temporary accommodation. So while we talk about working towards nirvana, I think we have to be also very aware of indeed the dystopia that is the reality for many people, many households. At the same time, I think we have gone through really a solution-focused day today. So we've looked at so many different aspects of how to work towards this theory of change. So a theory of change that is where housing is not driving inequalities between people, between generations. It is not putting people in fuel poverty, either can't heat or can't cool their homes, but housing that actually can be a force for inclusion across generations, across society, and we see so many examples of where that's actually worked. And I think it was described by Donald indeed, nirvana. But what we managed to do is demystify, so break down the building blocks on how we can actually make housing and have a critical mass of housing that is inclusive, that is affordable, and that is an absolutely crucial building block of a fair society, a sustainable society, a resilient society, of course, facing the challenges our world faces. So we've looked at very practical solutions around new supply, both new construction, but also practical examples of where we are delivering new homes through renovation or conversion. We looked at how this sector is meeting the challenge of cutting consumption and managing to achieve energy efficiency, reduce CO2 emissions through electrification, excellent examples from across Europe. Then we looked at the different models, so we heard about the cost rental model, cooperative model that are actually crossing border. But what is the cost rental model? It's just really emphasizing, and I think we talked, I don't know, I think it was in Bernd's panel, the build to stay. So Enrico Letta talked about the right to stay, but we are building so people can stay and building homes that people can remain in the long term and where finance remains in the long term. And then we also looked at the key point around financing, and we heard some really practical solutions. Also from Tanguy, from the EIB, from our colleagues from the Council of Europe Development Bank, saying that yes, we can have reinforced existing models and replicate those models where they don't exist yet. So models that are fair for people and society. But, and then we were really reminded in the last session, chaired by Diana, for this we need the political stability at national level, which is not a given, but also we need the right signals and clear signals and the right offer coming from European level. And we hear clearly from the last discussion that that is simply not there. And it was described at our last conference at the European Parliament, the tentacles of the European Commission just not pushing in the same direction. And it's really something we need to work on. All of this octopus needs to push in the same direction because one arm is contradicting the other at the moment. And we are hearing mixed messages and being distracted by a lot of new entities where, at the same time, fundamental building blocks are being undermined in different member states. So we have to really address these contradictions and use also the meeting of ministers, not only the entities in Brussels, but also the ministers' meeting coming up in June 29 and November 24th. So a big job ahead. But now it comes the moment. I think this session has been a lot of work over a lot of weeks. Marco has supported us all along the way, but we want to call out those who have really played a role in the background of making this happen. And we want to thank directly from Atter Trieste, Daniele Mosetti, Laura Torzonen, if they're still there, and Vladka Dionisi with a small gift to present, if you are still there. So it's a tea from Brussels. That's some chocolates and tea brought from Brussels. So it's really been a daily work between the team here locally and our colleagues in Brussels. And then, of course, and then maybe also to thank, let's stay for a picture, yeah. So to thank from the Housing Europe team, if you want.
Sorka.
Yeah.
Diana.
Jordanova.
Yes, Margherita, Alice, Dana.
And we have a gift directly for Margherita, Chiara, and Diana, because they really were working in the background on this event. So often a lot of the work that goes on for these events is really invisible, but it's important to make it visible indeed. So, please. Sorry? Sorry? Yes. Yes, and of course, we also got some financial assistance for this event and also the opportunity to host in such an impressive venue. So we got financial assistance from Era Servizi Energia and Technosis, so they are still around, I think probably also around at lunch if you want to find more about what they are doing. And we had the patronage of the region that were present here this morning and the Comune di Trieste. So that has been a really great collaboration. So, the work goes on, but it was a great session. And the lunch. Sorry? And there is lunch in the theater. We just have to find our way, so it's in the courtyard. You want to? It has a name?
In the cafe. You can, where there was the coffee break. Yes. And also a reminder for members who have registered for the study visit, we will meet at 2:45 at Piazza Tomaseo.